Thank you.
We will now call this meeting to order. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Monday, October 7th. This is a special meeting of the Newcastle Planning Commission. I'm Charlie Gadzik, Chair. Would you all join me in a Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Director Fitzgibbons, would you call the roll?
Yes, I will. Commissioner Marsh.
Here.
Commissioner Kack.
Here.
Commissioner Lowe.
Here.
Commissioner Van Atta.
Here.
Commissioner Blocker is absent
And with excuse.
with excuse. Vice Chair Quigg
Here.
and Chair Getzik.
Here. Commissioners, you have the agenda in front of you. Does anybody have any changes to the agenda as it's shown?
I don't have any changes, I just have a question.
Sure.
It says that we're going to be discussing the remaining elements. What is it a pain in the rear to put in the remaining elements we're going to discuss so that people know what they are, or is that too much detail? That's more of a procedural question than a substantive question. It looks great to me, I was just wondering, because I was trying to remind myself what we were talking about tonight.
It was just a quick and dirty
Got it.
agenda this
That's
week.
what I figured, okay.
Yep.
Thanks, Aaron.
Okay. Any other? Nothing from the commissioners? Okay. Agenda stands as written. We will now open the public comment period. Would anyone from the audience like to comment? Please move to the podium, tell us your name, and you have 3 minutes to speak, although we're generous with our time when we don't have a lot of people speaking.
Get in line.
Great. Thank you, commissioners.
Get the red light on.
Got it. All right. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Dan Johnson. I'm a resident of Winfield Ridge, and I lived in Newcastle 13 years. My family and I have 2 boys, 7 and 13. I'm here to talk about the connecting road that we have proposed between 116th and 114th to connecting the Winfield Ridge neighborhoods and White Hawk as part of the Toole development. I'm representing the entire Winfield Ridge neighborhood. Unfortunately, other people couldn't make it due to busy social lives and kids mainly. But I really do speak on behalf of our neighbors when we say that we are strongly opposed to that road being connected. We're not opposed to the development itself. We understand that the Tooles have the right to develop the property, and we understand that. However, the road, for multiple reasons, would create lasting and significant impacts to our neighborhood. First of all, it would impact really the culture and the character of our neighborhood, which really drew us to Newcastle 13 years ago when we moved here. It was a place we wanted to raise kids. We wanted to have kids be able to ride their bikes up and down the street. We currently have get-togethers as a neighborhood, potlucks, and it is an enjoyable neighborhood we have. It was built with tightly spaced houses on 85th Street that doesn't really allow for a lot of traffic. And when we look at connecting those streets together, we expect there to be substantial pass-through traffic on that. We know as part of the tool development, the work showed that there'd be 9 round-trip additions during peak hours, which did not trigger the traffic evaluation at 10. However, I don't think that factored in just the number of cars that are gonna be zooming up and down there, cutting down from 116th to the freeway or down at Newcastle, which is gonna be by far the shortest and fastest path for much of Newcastle along 116th down there. So with that traffic, it does break our neighborhood feel and its safety, right? We're gonna have, I don't know how many people will go through there. I did look at your documents from last week, where it looks like there was a survey that said there was 74 peak trips that were were along our street on 116th, which obviously deviates substantially from the 9 proposed from the development. So I do question how that calculation was done. I also acknowledge that the City Hall did say that traffic calming measures could be implemented. However, that's not going to stop Apple Maps, Google Maps, or local people once they understand that the shortest way to get up and down is through that. I do not see any benefit to our neighborhood with this connected street, and in fact, just increased risk and safety issues associated with that. It should be noted that the developer themselves did not ask for this. This was a mandate and requirement by the city. So on behalf of Winfield Ridge and the White Hawk neighbors, we just ask that you please reconsider the through street there on our behalf, as well as future neighborhoods, looking at this policy of through streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment? Okay, we will close the public comment period. Director Fitzgibbons, for the benefit of the commission, could you refresh our knowledge of the process that the city follows in cases like this? I know that there was one other occasion where the city was wanting to open a road, and after considerable public input, the decision was made not to open that road. But remind us about how what the planning commission's role is, how this particular issue might fit into our comprehensive plan process right now.
Yeah, so this would fit into that map that is proposed for through streets in the city of Newcastle. This project has already gone through its approvals with the hearing examiner, so that's a different process. But with the path forward would be to look at other neighborhoods who haven't already had this process happen.
So are you saying that this is not something that is within the purview of the planning commission at this point because where that is in its own process?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Vice Chair. Quick.
So what he said about the anticipated 9 cars, which was just below the 10-car limit, which to me smells really, 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 really fishy, and then it turns out it's 70-some cars, was the evaluation, that just sounds weird to me. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the 70-something cars was through the Transportation Master Plan, and that's on 116th. That's not related to this project itself. Though on that street, so the developer had a choice of either putting in some sort of turnaround or putting in a through street, and they came up with a concept for how they would propose and move forward with this. So the counts, the 9 counts were directly from the proposed subdivision, 113th Newcastle subdivision. And then the 74 counts were specific to 116th, that's daily average trials. In fact, Jeff Bronze is on right now if he wants to talk to vehicles counts. I know he's driving home right now, but he might not. Did you want to talk?
Weren't those counts from the Transportation Management Plan?
Master Plan?
So it's worth noting that the Transportation Master Plan, I think, predated the tool development, and so that projection was for 116th and was not taking any through street into account. And so the numbers really are unrelated. I can remember from that project because it was controversial at the time, that there was a thought, well, and maybe Jeff is better able to speak to this, but from my recollection, the thought at the time was that this would not be a more attractive route than sticking with 116th because it was counterintuitive to drive through and would go through multiple stop signs. But whereas 116th was or would allow faster travel over larger arterial roads. But I don't know that I should go on because I'm not the Public Works Director and I don't really want to put words in his mouth.
Is Jeff available to address this issue? Because this got my attention.
So let me say, though, that I'd like us to limit our attention to this on how it affects the things that are within our control. As I understand it, there's the legal process has been followed, and the case has moved beyond the point where the Planning Commission has any jurisdiction over it. We have a lot to get through tonight, so I don't want to have us, I don't want to diminish the issue. I know this is really an important, very important issue to the neighborhood that's affected, and but for our work tonight, since we can't impact it, I want to stay focused on our agenda.
Right, and so that's why the city of Newcastle has a hearing examiner system. We've taken the planning commission out of the current planning process. Planning commission's charge, this has to do with reviewing the ordinances and whatnot that affect these types of developments. So that's where there's the more proactive approach that the planning commission has, and then reactive through the current planning process. So it went through the hearing examiner. This has been through city council and has been approved.
Tonight, we're discussing the transportation element. The transportation element has all this language around connecting streets, getting rid of cul-de-sacs, providing, multimodal, this or that. And we have a rare resident here speaking, and I've received text messages on this issue. I understand this issue may have already left the train station. I don't know that it's completely done. There's ways to appeal everything these days. And I think it's fantastic. You showed up to speak on a night when this topic is at hand. I don't want to derail the beginning of the meeting because I want to make sure we stick to the agenda. But this is something I'm planning on focusing on tonight because I don't like the proposed language. I don't like the removals of the language that was there before because I just think it's going to change the entire character of the city. We may not be able to help this guy right here and his 7-year-old and 13-year-old kids who are now going to have cars driving in front of your house, but maybe we can make it better for the rest of the city.
And I welcome that conversation. That's the place for us to be talking about it. Okay. So we're now in general business and we're beginning the comprehensive plan elements review. We have the elements of transportation, utilities, economic development, and capital projects. Those are the ones that we have yet to do. We wanted to start with transportation, although I think it would really be good to not to begin that conversation until Director Braun is with us. So do we know whether he's with us yet?
Jeff, are you able to unmute? I don't believe I think he's able to hear what we're saying, but I don't think he's able to unmute at this time.
At this time, does that mean that we might be able to? And okay,
He's on his way home.
okay, good. Well, yeah, I don't want him paying any attention to us while he's driving, so
Yeah.
let's get him home safely.
I turned on the mic. He texted and said he could not hear. Can you ask the other person on there if they can hear us?
Zoe, you can hear us, right?
You know how to get this thing turned on?
She can't. The box should be unchecked.
What about now?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Zoe?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So Jeff should be able to hear us as soon as he gets settled.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Jane.
So in that case, I'm thinking let's go to economic development. And I'm not sure what document would be the best one to be our reference point, because I know that Commissioner Van Atta has done some work since our last meeting that may have structured that for a better conversation.
So I did, Commissioner, I put it together, and then, so this is the goals, policies, and the programs for economic development. You all should have a copy of this on your desk, and there's some spare copies over there.
Sorry, do you want me to talk to this a little bit?
Please.
Yeah, so, boy, I don't know where to start. Economic development, it's always been a very interesting chapter in that it had goals, it had policies in today's comp plan, but there was always this appendix with, I think they were called implementation ideas or something. And so we tried to move some of the stuff from the appendix up into the chapter, so it's just there for the viewer when you're reading it. And I will also say, economic development just in general for the city is also unique in that we have sort of what we have. I think there's a vision to make it something else, make it something bigger, but nobody exactly knows what that is. And partly, we're waiting for one of the property owners to, approach the city and say they want to develop. So it's a little different. I've read a few of these for other cities. Like if you read the City of Renton, they got, stuff around, the airline industry and their downtown, which is much bigger. So it's hard to compare. But when I read what was here, what I tried to do, since it's such a small chapter, is just put everything next to each other. Because we have goals from the original comp plan on the left, policies, and then on the far right are the the programs. And I did this because I actually had a hard time kind of following what went where and what disappeared and what changed. Because all of the goals in the original comp plan are now moved to policies. So all of the goals that are in the text of the current, which I saw that up there a second ago, are all brand new goals in the text here. These goals that are on your desk move to policies in some cases. In some cases, I couldn't find them. In some cases, a goal moves to a policy, moves to a program. So I don't know. I'm just trying to reconcile what would be the best things to put in the economic development section. So I don't know if that's helpful or just made it confusing. Or how, I don't know the best way to tackle it, I guess.
Paul, for what it's worth,
Yeah.
when I went through and I reviewed it, I actually looked at them side by side like you've done here. So I think in
Yeah.
terms of discussion, I think for you to lead us through what you've done here personally
Oh, okay.
would track to what the approach I took,
Okay.
for what it's worth.
Good to know.
Does what we have in front of us accurately capture the way you think it should go into the comprehensive plan?
I think we can talk about it. Yes, I don't exactly know if what's here goes in the comprehensive plan. I don't know, maybe it's helpful to walk through one,
Sure.
maybe. So if we look at the upper left one, the 2035 goal, so the city should support economic growth through business retention, expansion, formation consistent with the comp plan vision and other elements. And that says move to policy. So now we're kind of in the middle of the page. And it might tie to sort of policy 3, EDP 3, the city should maintain a marketing information program. It might tie to, this is my problem, like what exactly did that move to? Is it still captured? Hang on here. Yeah, so I don't know if this one's fully captured, I guess, as a policy. Somebody jump in here if I'm got thing blindness. And I guess the question is, do we keep this as a goal? Or should it be a policy and did we capture it correctly, I guess?
It looks to me like the goal is very general. And that the policies, to me, they execute the goal, or they support the goal in a more concrete way. I guess the question is that goal covered anywhere else in our goals? And I'm not sure if that's on this page. In other words, is there a goal that covers economic growth among our goals?
So I'd note that in the narrative section of the most recent draft, where the goals and policies were incorporated after the narrative, it does reference 5 of the sort of the universal goals. So as I understood it, there were, I think, like 15 goals for the entire comp plan that replaced the goals that each of the specific elements had.
Yep.
So, yeah, thanks, they're up on the screen now. So, I think that might be a good place to start. But I agree with you, Paul. We just want to make sure that to the extent that there are concepts in those 2035 goals that didn't get swept up into the policies, we want to make sure that if we think they should continue forward,
Exactly.
we have them. But do you want to walk us through those goals that are in the narrative on the screen?
Yeah, the G1 through G7. Should I read them? Everybody read them. Turn your, yeah. Well, I don't, when I read these goals, they are applicable to economic development. They are just very high level. I don't disagree with these being goals. I don't know what other people think.
I just on that particular goal, the last one, I think the new, the goal originally was read, the city should maintain public capital facilities in infrastructure and the regulatory incentive that will foster new business environment. I think the rewrite is narrow down the telecommunication technologies. That's the one. I just feel this particular one, it was, because to support the business development, it's more than just telecommunication, internet. Somehow I think it got lost in the new policy, or maybe I missed.
And you're on the very last goal on the page, right?
The last one. It's what I was thinking is the infrastructure we are thinking to support the business growth, and then looking from the new writing we have, that infrastructure, I think it's really only talking about the telecommunication.
Although public capital facilities is picked up in EDP 4. It doesn't talk about incentives, but it does talk about
Other
city investment in capital facilities
Right,
projects.
which number was that?
EDP 4. That's the 2035 policy number.
So does so this one probably was picked both? P4, P5?
Well, but that's where it's confusing, because EDP4, to the right, it says CP171. Doesn't,
Which is next to it there.
right, that's the new policy for the comp plan, right, proposed?
It just pasted it across.
Yep. Which the P171 does cover capital facilities.
So the
Yeah.
P172, so when we were talking about the telecommunication, internet, all that, those are not specific in the capital projects. That's why it was separate. I mean, I just don't know. Oh, okay. Because I mean, just like this past weekend, yesterday, right? I think, I don't know about you guys, but in my neighborhood, the Xfinity was down.
I heard about that, yeah.
Yesterday, right? And I kind of like, this will impact the business. And, but on the other hand, it's also like there are more things small business owners will need the city's support other than just internet service. Just kind of want to make sure we capture those here.
I think P171, and Paul, this is your purview, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think P171, the idea is that's speaking about city investment in capital facilities projects related to business employment, economic development opportunities, so specifically tied at promoting those opportunities, where the next one, P172, is promoting this installation of this other more narrow type of infrastructure, which would be done by private players, I think. And I think that's a distinction. Am I reading that wrong, Erin, or is that right?
No, you're correct. I just wanted to maybe elaborate a little bit on the first one. That relates to the downtown strategic plan as well. And there are a number of capital facilities at the end of that projects that are supposed to help with placemaking, like wayfinding signs and branding Newcastle in different ways. And so that's what I think P171 relates to.
Got it.
I had two questions. One, I think if we go back to the element, it says on page 100, I think, Newcastle's largest employment sector in 2023 is accommodation and food sector. What does accommodation comprise of? What kind of jobs are we talking about there?
So this has to do with NIACS data, North American Industry Classification System. Did I get that? Okay, cool. I think accommodation and food sector are really smashed together. For us, it's food.
It is hospitality then? Is that what it's covering?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought too. And then EDP 6, I'm hoping we will keep the new version, not the old P166, just confirming that because I think it is more detailed and more specific. And I don't think P166 really covers it fully.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like the new one or the old
Yes,
one?
I like the new one.
Because it's broader?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, and on that same topic, P166 ties back to the original goal, it's the fourth one down. So I think that goal's covered. The goal right above it, the city should encourage economic sectors that pay higher than average wages. Bring new capital into the economy, can be sustained in the city. Like, is that goal covered somewhere?
G7?
And G7 is,
Grow a diverse economic environment that produces higher than average, the same.
gotcha. I'll take that. And then going up above, the city should promote the creation of family wage jobs that will serve the residents of Newcastle.
G7, I think, too.
Is that also G7?
Policy.
G7 in that screen you showed us about 5 or 10 minutes ago, those overall goals, I think it was like in the narrative, oh, there it is, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I could, yeah, higher than average wages, makes sense. And then we cover capital facilities. And then the first goal, I think it's what you said, Chair, is that it's kind of, it's in all of these things, really. So I guess I'm okay with the goals. That's where I'm going with this. And I'll stop there for other comments.
I'm okay with it also. I think that first goal, it's kind of a strange thing. The city should support economic growth through business retention. The things, if there are things that it lists there are not things the city can do. The city can't do business retention. It can't expand businesses. It can't form, and can't form businesses. So it doesn't seem like it's really
Yeah.
appropriate to the city's role.
Yep, I'd agree.
But the policy 170 and policy 161 both address things that the city can do in order to support economic growth. So I feel like we got that one covered.
Yeah, I think so too. I like how you said that.
I think this is also consistent with the approach that was taken across the other elements too, which took goals that were more element specific, made them more global, and then moved those specific concepts down into the policies. So I think reading it with the rest of the comp plan in mind, I think it makes sense, particularly given that we do have G7 in there, which I think really supports a lot of what's here.
So does it, commissioners, I guess I'm asking you, are we okay with proceeding with this and moving, and is there anything else on the economic development element that we ought to talk about before we move away from it?
I got one thing. So on the far right are the four programs, right? 49, 51, 52, 53. Should those just be policies instead of programs? I mean, this is the only chapter that has that sort of next layer where it's goals and policies, and then we're going, basically, here's some ideas of things the city can do if they want to. I mean, should they just not be a policy and just put the word should in there? You know, make it optional? I don't know. I'm just trying to.
I thought that these actions, we saw actions that were created for all the different elements now that were going to be incorporated. So this wouldn't be unique to the economic development element.
Oh, I did not catch that the other ones had programs.
It's like the next tier of specificity down, which we really didn't have across the old comp plan. And I think that's the approach that was taken in the development of the other elements. of this one.
Okay, I must have totally missed that. Then I have no question on this.
Well, it might be easy to miss because the spreadsheet we were given was called actions
Yeah.
rather than programs, but the actions were the programs.
Gotcha, okay.
So,
Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I have a question. On the goal, the number 2 on the far left, the city should promote the creation of family wage jobs that will serve the residents of Newcastle. What exactly we are saying, I guess, what the city should promote? Is that the advisory board? Because I think this particular one seems like trying to promote a family wage job, or kind of, I guess, paying people living wage, something like that. But the advisory board, I don't see how the advisory board will do that. I guess the question is how are we going to accomplish this goal? What the policy we are trying to establish to achieve this goal.
I'm not sure I followed you.
The second one, the city should promote the creation of family wage jobs.
Mm-hmm.
That's the goal, right? So what are we doing? Is that the P170?
Well, that's the old goal. That's in the comp plan today.
But we are putting this in policy now.
Yes.
I'm just saying, like, what do we do to support, we will promote. I know we are kind of split in the places. I'm just like, I'm reading the P-161, 170, 171, 172. I don't see that will go back, oh, are we saying we don't need to, that's not our goal anymore?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, nowhere in the new policies that it says the creation of family wage jobs,
Yeah, that's,
I think is your point. So is that key to keep somewhere? I don't know the answer to that.
If I may also, sorry, I just wanted to point out that family wage jobs is a little harder to define
Define.
these days. Like, what do we mean? I've been struggling with that.
So the way this shows up in the new goals, it doesn't mention family wage jobs, but Goal 7 says, grow a diverse economic environment that promotes higher than average wages. But if I understand your question, we don't have any policies that follow up on that goal, am I right?
yeah, that's my question is this still our goal? I mean, because I don't see anything kind of supporting this particular thing.
It's still our goal, but the policies don't mention family wage
Yeah, I mean,
jobs.
if this is still our goal, what policy we are going to promote to support that?
Looking at the policies on this paper, hard copy in front of us, none of them really are aimed at any specific economic goal. They don't say like get more businesses or expand businesses. They're all policies that promote economic development generally. So I guess I'm saying is that your comment applies not only to family wage jobs, but also to
Yeah,
bring new capital and some of the other things that, let's see, the diverse economic environment, bring long-term capital to the city, those things are also not mentioned. So I guess what's implied here is that these policies will contribute to all of those goals without saying it explicitly. That's the way I would interpret it.
I had the same read on that. That the fact that those things weren't specifically mentioned didn't mean that, I mean, the idea was that G7 is kind of that broad policy statement to pick up that concept, but all these other actions and policies are supposed to effectuate that goal. I'm not opposed to retooling policies to specifically mention those things if we think that's what we want to do, but that's the way that I interpreted it.
I want to interrupt our conversation here to say we have the good fortune of having our 7th commissioner here with us. He was in the audience quietly. He just returned from a trip to the continent, not our continent, and has not had the blessings of all of the communications that tell them about this special meeting. So we're glad he's here. Welcome, Stu, our new commissioner. We've said lots of good things about you while you weren't here. We're not going to repeat them now because we don't want your head to swell, but we're glad you're here tonight.
Welcome, Stu.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim, for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Okay, I stepped away for a second, so I'm not sure where that conversation ended. Does somebody who was listening to the end want to tell me where we are?
Well, we were talking about the creation of family wage jobs for the residents of Newcastle, but according to this draft policies list, we still have it almost verbatim, or if it is verbatim, in our policies. It just didn't seem to end up in the text here.
Which policy is it?
164?
Ah,
Oh, interesting, okay.
So I think the question from this conversation is, do we want to keep it as is?
I think let's keep, since it's in there as a 2044 policy, let's keep it there.
Let's keep it.
And, yeah, and move on.
Okay.
Can I just make one observation about that relative to this, relative to this, that the policies, I mean, I'm looking at the crosswalk in the policy spreadsheets here, but the policies that are referenced in the draft comp plan, I don't think that they track to the ones that we're looking at in the crosswalk. I just want to make sure somebody's going to go back and recheck all of that. You're nodding your head, Tyler, thank goodness. Because it looks like maybe it was just a different version or
They're out of
something
sync,
something
yeah.
didn't come through.
Yeah, I think the spreadsheet may be leading the text a little bit here.
If I may, I do have a comment on that. Within, and I caught it just this evening, within the narrative section of the economic development plan, somehow the capital facilities and utilities policies got put into the text instead of economic development. I have flagged that and that will be changed for what has been in the spreadsheets.
Thumbs up.
It was just a whole lot of different documents that we were working between.
Thanks, Zoe.
Okay, shall we move on? Do you have anything else on economic development?
I did have just a couple of quick notes on the text, unless are we going to do that? Can we do that at this point?
Yeah.
Great. Just looking at page 100, I guess I would just generally ask, maybe before we finalize it, for Zoe, if you and the team can look at the first paragraph again. I thought the sentence structure in the first sentence, the purpose of the economic development element is to improve the city of Newcastle's financial well-being, long-term economic prosperity, and set goals and policies. I think maybe let's look at that again, because I think it's to set goals and policies, and then long-term economic prosperity is something that is being improved. So that I think it's clumsy. The second sentence didn't make a lot of sense to me at all, about the city has a limited capacity to influence the economy, and what it can do is crucial. I think, again, maybe just rethinking the grammar, the language there. There are a series of bullets that, and we have a lot of discussion of downtown in here, and I just don't know if I have a question, are we considering the commons as part of the downtown core when we talk about like walkable downtown and such things here?
In the downtown strategic plan, it is connected
Okay.
from 132nd,
Great.
but it's outside the core.
Okay. And then, so I just was thinking about that just in terms of, I don't know that we're going to make a bunch of substantive changes at this point, but I think that's obviously an important economic driver for the city. Then my one other note that I'll bring up is on page 101, under the heading Conditions and Trends, Newcastle's Business Profile, and it also looks like we're missing a space in the title. The second grammatical paragraph talks about 500 more jobs reported since 2015, and it talks about the different growth sectors. Then there's a sentence that says, most of these are likely because of the Newcastle Commons development. And I guess I was wondering, do we know that, or is that just speculation? If it's speculation, I probably would strike that last sentence altogether from the paragraph, rather than just speculate that that's where those jobs came from. I mean, if we have a good idea that that's the case, it makes sense to know that and cite that, but I just didn't know where that idea came from here.
I mean, there was the idea, it's because we know where the growth was, and we know what the businesses that went in are, and that's where the statement came from, but there wasn't like a big effort put into studying that particular statement.
To me, it just sounded like a little bit like
Of it.
we were ideating. I don't know. I didn't know that there was a place in here for that if it wasn't data driven, but just my 2 cents.
And it is possible that we've had a spike in at-home businesses since 2015. I can't confirm that, but I also can't say I've checked the data to be sure that hasn't happened.
Okay, we can take that out.
Response to one of your comments, earlier in my life, I was an editor taking input from reviewers, and I'm putting myself in Zoe's place. That your comments on that first paragraph, I think you'll be much happier with the outcome if you could send her something in writing that is a little more specific.
I can do that.
Okay.
If you won't hate me for it, Zoe.
I love any and all feedback, any suggestions. It's great.
Okay, we're done with economic development. Is Jeff in a place where he can participate in the transportation conversation?
Jeff.
Yeah, sorry, I could not unmute my Zoom. It's still in car mode. It's able to.
Okay, well then let's bring up the transportation crosswalk. And as we have done in the past, we'll look at it screen by screen and note anything that we think needs to be changed. So we're transportation 1 through 9.
Can everyone read this okay? Oh, Zoom folks probably can't see it at all.
When I see the commissioners looking up, I will interpret that as I've seen it and I don't have anything to say.
I have a question about connecting areas. I'll start with a little confession.
Which policy are you referring to,
Looking
Liz?
at policy 8, existing non-through streets shall be linked whenever practical. I get up, I leave Olympus with my kid, drop him off at Risen and Hazelwood, and I drive to work down Coal Creek for years and years. And one day I looked it up on Google Maps, and lo and behold, it shaved 2 minutes off my drive time and had me cut to the left right before I got, you're going to Risden to McDonald's and you cut a left before you get to City Hall and go through that little Del Mar neighborhood. Shaves 2 minutes off my commute time. I use it religiously now. We all do this, right? If you're going to go anywhere nowadays, based on traffic and everything else, you Google Maps it and it tells you, the best way to get to where you're going. I'm wondering if we need to take a set of fresh eyes at this whole idea of major arterial, minor arterial, connected, non-connected. The fact of the matter is everything's connected now, right? And there's a gate that's probably had more people in this building than any other issue up in the Hazelwood neighborhood, right? Because people did not want folks driving through their neighborhood. And so now there's a gate there unless we're plowing, snow out of the way or fighting a fire. That's there. So my question is, I don't know who I'm directing this to, which director I'm directing this to Jeff. Okay, to Jeff. Who benefits from all this allowing people to drive through our neighborhoods? Is it Newcastle people or is it people trying to get through Newcastle? my question is, who benefits from all the connectedness that we're proposing?
I would say the community as a whole. Now, if that's Newcastle, is that 2-block radius, 3-block radius, half-mile radius? I don't have an answer for you. But studies have shown the more connected a community is, the more, it promotes better health, it promotes circulation, it promotes response, it promotes community, it promotes connection. And that doing things counter to that, cul-de-sacs, barricades, things like that to counter connectivity, negates all those things I just said.
Thank you, Jeff. If we wanted to like we had the Parks and Trails discussion, that was wonderful. We were, connecting different neighborhoods and communities throughout Newcastle with trails and that sort of stuff. I think is great, but I really do think that I'm going to go with 90+% of the people, driving through these connected streets. It feels like are not. I see them, right? And when I was going around the street and meeting neighbors and campaigning, whatever it was 4 years ago, I heard that over and over and over. People want to complain about people driving through their streets. And so I understand that, Jeff saying, I don't know, is it a mile away? Is it a block away, around our neighborhood, helping people get through? I think it's more people in Tukwila, Kent, Renton. Remember the 405 detour, what this place was like for a week? It was terrible. Everybody was driving through Coal Creek. You couldn't get anywhere in the city. And I don't think that's going to get any better when people have Google Maps telling them drive through the Hazelwood neighborhood, drive through the Olympus neighborhood, drive through the Wintry. It's just going to get worse and worse. And what this gentleman said when he showed up at the beginning of the meeting was his whole neighborhood, fought tooth and nail against, plowing their drive-through, their dead-end street and putting through traffic there. And he hates it. Now he's got a 13-year-old, 7-year-old son, he said, and he's worried about him. And I feel the same way. I have a 10-year-old son, a 13-year-old daughter, and they're out on their scooters and bikes, and I got these people flying down the street. It drives me bonkers. And they do not live in my neighborhood. And I've heard over and over from people that don't like it. So I understand there are surveys. You can just survey for anything you need these days. It feels like everybody's got a claim, right? We got to pull this. I'm saying from the people I'm hearing, including the one person that came to tonight's meeting, and the text messages I've heard leading up to this transportation element discussion, and my own personal experience, we need to take a fresh look at who's benefiting from connecting all these streets, because I think that Google and iPhones and Waze and all those other apps are benefiting, and people that don't live in Newcastle are benefiting, but I'm not convinced that our residents are benefiting all that much from blowing up the street and connecting everything.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Lowe.
Yeah, I just want to mention the person Dan Johnson mentioned earlier, like the three. I think my notes is like there's three things they feel the connecting street they're opposing feel like it's conflicting with what we want to achieve. It's about the culture of the neighborhood. It's about traffic. It's about safety. I feel like we try to solve some issue, but maybe we didn't really understand the consequence, because people are saying, you think you are, enhancing the smooth the traffic, increase the safety, but we feel it's counter, right? So I do feel we probably need to take a second look and make sure we achieving what we want to achieve. If there's like people in the neighborhood that didn't feel, they feel opposite. They feel it's not safe on their street for kids to do things, or the traffic. It seems like I think I just feel like we probably need to listen to those feedback.
Commissioner Marsh.
So I'm going to speak from my personal experience on this a little bit. So I live in the China Falls neighborhood, and I'm the beneficiary of, particularly when there's heavy traffic or road closures, people coming over Lakemont and then getting stopped past the Y all the way around the corner to Newcastle Golf Club Way and Newcastle Way. And people cut through on 136th and come barreling through there. They go by a school bus stop. And it's been frustrating and a concern for me for a long time. And I totally sympathize with people who don't want to have through traffic in their neighborhoods, and they want to be able to preserve closed streets. On the other hand, there's a development going in next to me, which is the Lee Bima development, which will be connecting to 138th, which is at the top of China Falls. And it is what has been a dead-end street. And the people in China Falls, as my understanding, the people I've talked to, they're not thrilled with the fact that it's being put through. You probably heard that as well. And speaking a little bit against my own interests here, there's a development that's going in that, but for that pass through, you're going to have one source of ingress and egress for how many homes are going in there? 47, 37, with one street, right? So from a practical standpoint, I don't think we can treat every one of these situations the same, right? And I think we got to be careful as we're talking about this. I mean, trust me, I'm all for keeping the neighborhood feel and safe streets for kids to play on. Have had the same concern for my kids as they grew up in Newcastle. But I think, it is important to take a step back and take a little bit of a measured look at this when we're speaking at a policy level, that we're not going to have some unintended consequences like you could have at the Lee Bima development, where you're going to have basically 40 homes with only one way in and out if you don't have a pass-through that's unpopular. I mean, there needs to be some balancing there. And Jeff, I think last summer when we were doing some roundtabling of this, it might have even been the summer before because we've been doing this for a long time, but I remember you and I having some sidebar conversations, and you were talking about the science behind the idea of safe streets coming from a pass-through grid and not having these cul-de-sacs. And I mean, I guess the more we can be informed by that kind of science and that kind of study, I think that's valuable here, because every situation is not going to be the same. And sometimes people are just not going to be happy having it go through their neighborhood. I'm not, but that's part of living in a city that's more than just a neighborhood. You're shaking your head, that's fine, but
I don't buy it. I mean, if you look at our survey of people, use a word to describe Newcastle. They didn't use flyover country for people to go from Renton, Sequoia to Bellevue to Issaquah. They said safe, quiet, peaceful, small town feel. That's why people move here. That's what the guy that was just here said. He said, we moved here 13 years ago. We now have a 7-year-old and a 13-year-old, and we have our whole neighborhood up in arms because you're basically going to change the entire character of our neighborhood. And I'm seeing it as well in my own neighborhood. And I know that's the biggest issue the city's come across in forever. It feels like was that gate that went up in Hazelwood, but the people there wanted it for a reason. And I understand there's different science, as Scott alluded to. But in my personal experience, which is way more important than the science, I'm just kidding. In my experience with people that I've talked to around the neighborhood, which is really the only survey that counts, I don't hear anybody clamoring in terms of residents of Newcastle to let people drive through our city. I hear people saying slow, peaceful, calm, safe. So if we're really here to represent not Google and iPhones and Waze, but to represent the residents of Newcastle, especially anybody that takes the time away from their family to show up and say, for goodness sakes, please don't ruin my neighborhood, I think we should listen to them.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying I think that it is a mistake to assume that when we're talking about policy decisions, that every situation where people don't want connected streets, that's better for the neighborhoods, because those are going to be fact-driven review. And I just, look, again, I'm speaking to the detriment of my own personal interests here. I would just assume not have that street go through into China Falls, because that's going to impact my end of that neighborhood directly. But I also understand that if you live in that other neighborhood and there's 40 homes in there and you've only got one way to get in or out, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And the city's got to try and balance those interests. And I think that there's there's value in hearing what they have to say about that. I'm also not convinced that putting that through on 138th, in my example, is going to result in a bunch of people going from Tequila to Redmond, coming up and going through on 138th. I think that's going to be largely local traffic, and something that frankly, as a community, as a city, as we develop over time and you build out those outer areas, you're going to have that connection that's going to occur.
If I can, you know, there's a reason that cities have evolved from using cul-de-sacs, and it's really difficult to rectify between, you know, I've met planners who, you know, they have kids and then they go and they move on a cul-de-sac and they're like, well, this is great for having kids. So trying to, you know, rectify between the benefits of having through streets safety for emergency services, for example. Connectivity is still a great thing for people who are riding their bikes and walking too, right? I mean, you definitely want to have people who want to take alternative transportation be able to get around. And if by having connected streets, we can get people out of their cars, hooray. And so, you know, there are definitely some benefits, and I think it may be, and Jeff, don't kill me, but I'm just thinking maybe there are policies or programs that we can consider, such as, you know, coming up with, you know, standards for smart street, or, you know, smart design for streets, right? Safer design for streets. Using, and Jeff and I have talked about this a bit, but.
I love that, what you just said, Aaron, I love the conversation. Charlie lets us do this so we can kind of generate ideas. I love the way, what if we had, you know, set up so people can walk through, bicycle through, scooter through, you know, multimodal transportation, just not, you know, people driving from Microsoft to their, you know, their fancy net place down in Auburn or something like that through it. There's got to be a middle ground maybe here. Like there's a gate there that opens up when the fire truck shows up. It opens up when the snowplow shows up, but it doesn't allow everyone to drive through the Hazelwood neighborhood to, you know, to get to, you know, to Dino's by 6 p.m. happy hour. That's not what it's for, right? So I agree with Aaron. There's got to be a way we kind of balance all these interests. Thank you, Aaron.
If I could just add to what Aaron said, and just I'd like to kind of reframe the discussion. It's not people in Teslas going to Microsoft. Maybe it's someone in a old Chevy Nova going to Safeway to work. So, but a lot of these trips too are your neighborhood deliveries. So your Amazon, your UPS, your postal service, and if they have to make that many more trips because they cannot make a more efficient route through the neighborhood, that does not benefit anybody other than whoever's selling gasoline. But yes, I'm sure everybody's seen their examples of people cutting through neighborhoods. I would pretty much vouch for my reputation that the majority of those people are neighborhood people, they're not people from Renton or Kent. Now, that's not talking about a 405 incident, but on your average day, most of the speeders are people from the community, maybe another neighborhood over. And that if there's problems, we've got programs to address that. We've got traffic calming. We've got other means to address if you've got traffic calming in certain areas. And the more diverse and the more connected a community is, the more paths of travel there are, the lower amount of cut-through problems you're going to have. You look at a city like Seattle, and it's just a big widespread grid, and that's not really a problem. You do have certain spots where there's either a pinch point because of geography or some other constraints, and then you can bring in some traffic calming tools to try and address that. And we do have some of those geographic bottlenecks in Newcastle as well. That's 136, for example. There's topography that results, and that's the only road through. But to the extent that we can still maintain connectivity, like the example of the Tools subdivision, or short plat rather, there was a lot of concern about that. And ultimately we looked at trying to do some traffic calming, and we don't think it's going to be an issue, but we've got tools in our toolbox to be able to address that. And again, I want to echo what Aaron said too, is that these get addressed on a project by project review, and they are looked at a more macro level in terms of the trip generation, the specifics of what might generate a trip. And that's, I think, the more appropriate place to address those concerns.
I think the planning principles behind connected streets make a lot of sense. And I think they made more sense before there were apps like Waze and Google. And I think those apps have kind of perverted, or I shouldn't say perverted, they've undermined some of the effectiveness of connected streets. It isn't to say that I don't favor connected streets. And one thing in particular I think is important for us all to remember is that connected streets give fire and other emergency response alternate ways to access an emergency. If there's one way in, and if that one way in is blocked for any reason, that means lives, certainly property is at stake. And some of you heard me describe at an earlier meeting how I observed a house 3 blocks from me in Bellevue when I was living there that was just 2 miles from the Bellevue Fire Station up across from Lewis Creek Park, burned to the ground because it was so fast. So seconds count, and I would hate to see our comprehensive plan have a bias against connected streets that did not recognize the importance of connected streets to maintaining people's safety. I know when you live on a street and the risk you face every day is speeding cars, you don't think about fires. And we should always be thinking about speeding cars, but I think we ought to, in our comprehensive plan, make sure that we don't lose that public safety element. And so I do have a proposal for you, and that is on our draft policies where we have 2 that I'm aware of that talk about connected streets, P41 and P42.
Yep.
And this, I don't mean to propose this as the end of the conversation, but something to add to the conversation. So in P41, it now says the city shall encourage the expansion of the local street system to provide for maximum connectivity between adjacent developments. I think language that might be better suited to where Newcastle is today would take out the word maximum and instead say it would encourage the expansion of the local street system to provide connectivity between adjacent developments that improves fire response and does not jeopardize traffic safety. So that's one way that we could not throw the baby out with the bathwater. The same language could go in policy 42. The city should encourage existing non-through streets to be linked whenever practical, is what it says now. We could say it should encourage existing non-through streets to be linked together when doing so improves fire safety and does not jeopardize traffic safety. I'd be interested in Director Braun's thoughts about that.
Yeah, I would change it to say emergency response. So not to limit it to fire. So police, EMS, even public works, if there's a downed tree blocking something. And then what was the last part of that? You said fire response and then something else, safety?
And does not jeopardize traffic safety.
Yeah, my first thing is how would you determine that?
Well, I don't think we can answer that in a policy. I think that answer comes in the implementation. So no, I don't know how you would do that, but.
Or maybe it's something like, should encourage the P42, encourage non-through streets to be linked together when doing so promotes, or just something, the factors, so that factoring in emergency response and safety. So, or considerations of emergency response and safety. So it doesn't necessarily direct which, but it just says that those are the things to take into account when evaluating.
So that takes into account emergency response times and traffic safety.
Into account emergency response and traffic safety.
I like Charlie's wording also saying not to jeopardize the traffic and safety. So I like the way, Charlie, you proposed has the improve the emergency response, but not jeopardize the, traffic and safety.
Because, for instance, if you have two dead-end streets, the traffic safety is going to be pretty good because they're essentially cul-de-sacs. So doing anything making any connection is going to increase the volume on that street. Maybe the volume goes from 20 to 100, so it's still extremely low volumes. But then the metric of traffic safety, if you've got 20 cars versus 100 cars, it'd be hard to say that the 100 cars are more safe than the 20 cars. But in practicality, though, it still can be a very safe street.
Commissioner Blocker.
Wow, how did it do? Oh, that works. Well, I apologize for being late, and I have very little involvement in all the work you've done over the last year and a half, 2 years, so I apologize again for that. But coming late, I do have a bit of an excuse. What little I've really been able to read a month ago before I was forced to go to England and drive on the wrong side of the road for almost 1,000 miles. As a resident here and on a street that gets a lot of traffic that goes fast sometimes, and I think Jeff, made this observation that it's really just a neighbor from the next development around the corner that's probably the speeder. And one of the things that I kind of, in reading what I was able to read, which doesn't really apply directly here, but is the enforcement issue of traffic. Having police enforce traffic, speed limits, and in neighborhoods as well as on main thoroughfares like Coal Creek or Newcastle Way, that sort of thing. And I see precious little of actual enforcement in our city. So that one comes to my head a lot. And just as a word nitpicker, number 42 down here, it ends with whenever practical. Practical for who? Practical for a speeder? Practical for the person who's trying to cut through the neighborhoods to get somewhere fast? Practical's an impractical word in a policy statement. I would like to see more enforcement, I guess is what I'm saying, as knitted into the whole document. Thank you.
Are there any commissioners who have not spoken on this that wish to speak? I think this is something I'd like to put to a vote, to whether or not to keep these policies in or take them out or to modify them. So just keep that in mind. Anybody else want to speak? Commissioner Marsh.
I would just point out that when we read 41 and 42, we should read it in connection with, we have 43 and 44 in particular here. P44 says the city should enhance safety in neighborhoods by discouraging the use of local streets by non-local traffic through street design while maintaining connectivity of the transportation system. So we do have a policy statement that I think when being read with these others is geared toward doing what can be done from a design standpoint to minimize out of area drivers using these local streets as throughways. So, I mean, I think if you want to try and temper it in the language in 41 or 42, you also have 44 to lean on.
The language I'm leaning on is the language that was removed from our current comp plan, which says, quote, P10, the use of local streets by non-local traffic shall be discouraged. That sentence ain't in the new one for some odd reason. I know there's version of it in there, but, and the fellow that was here earlier said they had a whole crew of 20, 30 some residents opposing what happened. And he said the developer didn't want to do it, but the city mandated it. So I'm curious how that, how much is this language worth in the end anyway? I mean, if the language that's existent right now says the use of local streets by non-local traffic shall be discouraged, yet despite the residents not wanting the through street, despite the developer not wanting the through street, our city mandated the through street, what the heck happened?
Well, what example are you talking about? Let's put that into context, please.
Go ahead,
about
Jeff.
China Falls?
No, this is Tool. 113th?
Right. And that's the situation. The developers, they just want the path of least resistance. So they're going to side whichever is the least resistant. And that's the case where the city said we wanted that connectivity because you got two neighborhoods that did not have an otherwise way to connect.
So did the developer say they didn't want the through street because I mean, they can't sell the homes if nobody can get to them, right? So apparently the developer didn't want the multi-connectivity situation. Because I agree with Aaron Fitzgibbons, if we can provide people from walking, biking, scootering, you know, whatever it is, to be connected through the different communities, I love that idea. And it may be if we need to use these gates for fire trucks and snowplows to maintain connectivity, that's fine. But I don't understand if the developer didn't want it, the residents didn't want it, why are we getting rid of that dead-end street and connecting it when no one seems to want it except for the city?
So, the developer didn't not want it. The developer was told that they had to meet certain, what we do as a city is tell them they have to meet certain criteria, they come back to us with their design or a review. They had to put in cul-de-sacs or hammerheads if they were not going to make a through street. I do not know that we in any way forced them to create a through street there. I think it benefited them. So.
They probably would have lost lots. So I don't think it's a correct statement to say the developer was opposed to it.
All right.
Just in line with what Aaron said.
So.
Okay, commissioners, we have two ways to go. We could, we have two policies that very strongly encourage streets to be linked together. We could just delete those two policies. So we take away that presumption that there should be interconnectivity. Or we could retain those two policies with language that makes sure that safety is considered in any decision. Let me first ask, does anybody want to advocate for total deletion of those two policies? Then I would ask you to make a motion and see if you get anybody to second it.
I move that we revise the language in the comprehensive plan so as to balance connectivity with resident input. How about that?
Well, that's not what you raised your hand that said you were going to do, but.
Okay, because we have to find, this isn't the way I operate my HOA. We need to find some kind of middle ground, right? So I don't think, I'm just raising my hand because we need to find a middle ground. So I don't know what that middle ground is.
All right, let me propose that since nobody else raised their hand about totally eliminating these provisions, we take that off the table. And instead, we try to find a way to retain them with balancing language. Okay, so I talked. Yes, so the proposal would be to add language that improves emergency response and doesn't jeopardize safety. Commissioner Quigg just brought in another consideration and considers neighborhood input. Yeah. So I see commissioners like that idea with their heads nodding. So we could, I don't know that we need to actually vote on the exact wording of these policies tonight. Maybe we can just vote that we want the policies to reflect that direction. And then, would that be all right, Aaron? Or we could try to wordsmith tonight, but probably we do better wordsmithing offline. Okay. So, so let me, the chair typically does not make motions unless there's no other alternative. But let me offer some wording, and somebody, if you like it, you can make a motion that we modify policies 41 and 42 to balance street connectivity with emergency response, traffic safety, and neighborhood input. Okay. So why don't you do it first then?
What?
You have to make the motion, not me.
Oh, so okay. Tyler, can you quote him? I don't remember things very well, but I move that the language regarding street connectivity be reworded so as to incorporate public safety, neighborhood input, and emergency services? Yes. Is that what you said, Charlie?
That's close.
Okay, there you go. Now somebody has a second.
But no, we should make sure that somebody wrote that down so we know it.
Can you look on your screen and verify, modify 41 and 42 to balance emergency response neighborhood input and maintaining traffic safety?
Modify 41 and 42 to balance connectivity with emergency response.
Ah.
Okay. All right, I will read that back. So the Commissioner Quigg has moved to modify policies 41 and 42 to balance connectivity with emergency response, neighborhood input, and traffic safety. We have a second?
And just a very quick clarification, is 43 affected by this one as well, or is that, am I confusing? Because 41 says the city will encourage expansion of local streets, 42 says the city will encourage non-through streets to be linked, 43 says the city will encourage connection. These are all kind of the same thing. But yes, I'll just second it. We'll figure it out in the end, I guess. But
You made the motion with some, so after somebody seconds it, we can modify the.
I second.
Okay. Now, the motion has been moved and seconded. Is there additional discussion on the motion?
I'm just going to say, I understand the sentiment, but I am worried about what neighborhood input means for something like this. I think that it is, it opens the door for, I think, potentially problematic decision-making around some of these things. But it's just my comment.
Commissioner Blocker.
I would like to just reiterate that I'd like to see wording that said we're going to encourage more neighborhood enforcement patrol, traffic enforcement.
I
don't know that
I support what you're doing, but I would say that that is not a land use issue, which is really the purview of the Planning Commission, and it's also an issue that the city is very, very aware of and was desperate to add police, but there are none to be had. There's even money authorized to hire, but we just can't find anybody to hire, so I would encourage you, I'd say, I hear it. If you would like to modify the motion, you're welcome to move to modify it. Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
thank you, Charlie.
Is unanimous? Oh, and one abstention, excuse me. Commissioner Marsh has abstained. All right. Let's, I think that is going to be the toughest conversation we have of the evening. Let's move on to policies 10 and beyond. Ten through 15. Anybody have any comments on those?
Aaron, I'm having an aneurysm. Where'd it go?
10 through 15. There you go.
Oh.
10 through 17.
So does the fact that it's blue mean that the language has been changed? Is that right? Oh, carried forward.
Carried forward.
So forgive me, the very top says row 136, TR-P10. The sentence starts with the use of local streets by non-local traffic shall be discouraged. then it says, see page 44. So does it still say that? Okay, cool, thank you. Thank you, Aaron. I got a head nod from Aaron, I'm good.
Wait, can you say that again? That first sentence from TR P10, the use of local streets by non-local traffic should be discouraged. That sentence didn't get carried through, right?
Well,
To
pretty
P44.
substantially, policy 44 in the new policies says, wait a second, should enhance safety by discouraging the use of local streets by non-local traffic.
Okay.
That seems pretty close to me. Okay, looks like we can move to policies 18 and beyond. I guess it's 21 and, oh wait, so, yeah, if it goes,
It skips.
yeah, we skipped 18, so 21 through 31.
I have a question about the part where it says P26, the city should consider traffic accidents, violation records, citizen input, complaints, traffic growth calculations to identify and prioritize locations for safety improvements. Speaking to what Stu just said, you know how we have those speed radar things? Is there a way for us as the Humboldt Planning Commission to put something in that would encourage, because it really is, I mean, next to the Chase to the Donuts at Newcastle Days, it's right up there in terms of priorities of our residents, which is speeders and traffic and all that kind of stuff. So maybe, does this speak to, I know Charlie said we're not really jumping into the number of police we have employed in the city, but is there a way, I'm just wondering, to get to what Stu was speaking about, because it is a concern of people about, the enforcement. Is there a way to put it in this language here to kind of encourage, I don't know, speed, those radar thingies that are around the neighborhood sometimes?
Are you specifically looking for the word enforcement, or are you looking for?
I'm trying, because Stu showed up, he's been on the planning commission for about 17 minutes, and his first suggestion got shot down like a pigeon. So I'm just saying, you were right, Charlie, what you said, I just tried to be nice to the new guy. Is there a way to put something in here which it seems like an opportunity to address his concern, which is honestly something we've all heard from residents, which is, golly gee, there's lots of speeders around the neighborhoods, and unless you're driving by the elementary school right at drop-off, you're not going to see as many police officers going after speeders.
I will, by the way, say that I was wrong about the land use. The comprehensive plan goes beyond land use, so I was wrong in shooting down your suggestion. I gave the wrong reason.
Well, not to put you on the spot, Commissioner Blocker, but is there something in P26 that you think could be enhanced? Citizen input complaints and traffic growth calculations. And we're looking more on the if you're looking more on the enforcement and.
Where it says prioritize locations for safety improvements, maybe you just put comma, to use marsh language, comma, not including but not excluding, including but not limited to speeding, speed, whatever they call those things, the speed trappers. Speed trappers, is that what they're called? Or, traffic calming devices, whatever it is. I'm just saying, because that works too. I mean, I slow down every time I see that I'm going 70 to 25 mile an hour. I'm just kidding, chief. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe we could just include that one little phrase at the end that says, if the money's in the budget, maybe put one of those in there to kind of discourage the speeders.
I think that the policy already covers that. It says to prioritize safety improvements. Now, technically, one of those is considered a traffic calming measure, not necessarily safety improvement, but that might be a nuance. And they're called speed radar feedback signs.
Okay. Perfect. So maybe just put comma, including devices such as speed radar signs. That just, adding that in there might be worth it. I'm just saying they're effective. It'll take us 30 seconds and a couple words just to add them in, since it's important to the residents and our new planning commissioner.
Can it just be more broadly traffic calming, if that's a,
Does that include radar things?
Yes.
I thought that's what he just said.
Yeah.
Jeff just.
Commissioner Blocker?
I would just say that I use those to calibrate the speedometer in my 1929 Model A Ford. But as far as what I'm trying to drive at, I've seen our police officers, or at least the vehicles, sitting behind the fire station away from Newcastle Way more than I ever see it sitting on Newcastle Way, implying to speeders that they could get a ticket for speeding on Newcastle Way. And I think just the presence of unused vehicles sitting in kind of strategic locations, it's going to be hard to police all those neighborhood streets. But there are some kind of main neighborhood streets that go past Lynn's house, and it gets a lot of cars racing down through there as they're trying to get off of Olympus and cut down through to town pretty quick. And so, yeah, I'm just kind of rambling here. I'm not sure for wording, but maybe the speed radar thing would, in some streets would be good, but I think just officer vehicle visibility is what I'm after. I don't know how that goes in the policy here.
Is it a policy or a program? Not to, because we could consider a program for, that would sort of implement this, right? So you're looking at visibility of traffic officers and whatnot, and that maybe would, it needs some words, which I'm not always the best at, but.
Given that police officers are so hard to come by now, I wonder if maybe something we could recommend as a program is the city should explore greater use of automatic traffic control devices such as red light cameras and speeding cameras, those things that generate tickets without a cop.
Yes.
So I was going to say, that's a great point. And I believe City of Renton utilizes that quite a bit, and it has been very effective. I used to manage that city when I ran my previous life. So I think, you know, that would be a good start.
And Stuart, did I hear you right when you mentioned them possibly requesting that they leave their unused cop cars in visible locations as just a deterrent?
Yeah, something like, I know that as I've driven through various communities and places in time, there'll be an empty police car sitting prominently in a position that from a distance you go, wow, I better slow down here. And you do, because it's there. Once you get there, you see it's empty and you go, oh. But we have vehicles and they're not all on the road all the time. So if they could be, I'd love to see enforcement on Coal Creek more and on Newcastle Way, big time. I came back.
Okay, so you see on the screen a new policy that Aaron typed to try to capture the intent. Does that, anybody object to that wording? Vehicle speed, something, I'm not sure, I don't know what's out there, but
Jeff, what did you call that? Vehicle speed, who, what's?
Speed radar feedback signs.
are there anything, is there such a thing as an automatic ticket without a cop, or just by?
Yes, the automatic enforcement cameras, they're very limited in use and they are very expensive. It's unlikely we're going to implement those just because of the law only allows them in very limited places and the cost of them are very expensive. Basically you pay the vendor a flat amount regardless of the number of citations you bring in. So a city like Renton, when you've got a lot more vehicles, they'll pay for themselves. In Newcastle, not necessarily so much.
If we put them on Coal Creek Parkway, would the money go to support our investment, or does it go to the Mercer Island Traffic Court?
The latter. Yeah, we don't make any money off of citations. They're just a deterrent for speeders.
Okay, well, let's move on then. '27 or 31 through 36.
Remember the last one was the Scott Marsh show? This is the Jim Quick show, apparently. I have a question about, ready, drum roll, P31. The city should minimize local property access points on principal arterials. If I'm driving along Coal Creek and then I get off on May Creek and then I drive down to that beautiful new roundabout we built with the pretty statue on it, I see on the map that turns from a major arterial to a connector or something like, or I forget what the exact wording was, but why does it change from a big road to a smaller road when in fact there's still the same number of cars driving on it? How do we decide that? Because like kind of Charlie mentioned and I kind of mentioned was with Waze and Google Maps and iPhones and all kind of stuff, you kind of are cutting through the way you go. So shouldn't that still be the same type of road all the way from Coal Creek? And you kind of drive by that Eden Church and you go through that roundabout and you go down towards Dino's, and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of, that could all just be the same kind of road, I would think. I'm just wondering how do we decide the different colors on the map for the types of roads?
So I can answer that. Are we talking about the goal? I mean, that predates me, but it was because it was envisioned when that new connection through Coddington, Southeast 84th, that the volume to the east, the classification drops, it basically splits. So if you're coming from Coal Creek to the west, once you hit the roundabout, the expectation would be that traffic would split and go either 84th or May Creek Park Drive. That's why the classification drops. Now, I don't know that from a traffic standpoint, I don't know that our roadway this is getting off on a tangent, but our roadway classifications are not in alignment with the state. And that's one of the areas wouldn't necessarily agree on taking a road and dropping its classification like that mid-block. But that's the philosophy. To answer your question, that's why it was done. It was done probably with a 2013 update, I believe, or maybe it was even before that.
Okay, because I read through the definitions of those principal roads, connector roads, major roads, and it sounded like you're supposed to have less traffic on the green roads than on the blue roads, but I just don't think there'll be less traffic on the green road than the blue road. And I might be wrong, but anyway, I was curious more than anything else, but it seems like that should just be one big long blue road from Coal Creek all the way down to Dino's.
Jeff, when we do our transportation master plan and we do the vehicle counts, is that when we reclassify our roads? Is that a process for that?
I've not been involved in any reclassification. It's generally, it's a planning. It's based on current conditions as well as the conditions you intend to have. Like, for instance, the Newcastle Commons was a new road, and that was put through as a neighborhood connector, I believe. I think it does make sense for it to be I don't have the map in front of me, I can't, but the primary arterial, same classification as 116th. Also 116th, I think, should be the same classification, except though that the volume does drop by 2/3 south of 76th. So the volume on 116th from 76th to Newcastle Way is triple that of the volume south of 76th. So that's a situation where maybe it does make sense. And that's where we have our most speeding problems, is along that segment.
Unlike the
Not the
connected
segment
streets
itself.
issue, this isn't a hill I'm willing to die on, but I'm just curious. It seems like people are still gonna drive down that road a lot. And I couldn't understand why it changed color on the map.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just,
Okay, any other comments on this set of policies?
Could we go back to 11?
Okay,
I'm not sure I understand what this means.
So this might be something like, so say you have the street right of way, but people often think of that space as their own space or an extension of their private space. And so they want to pave an area in their front yard, and they just continue all the way out to the pavement. And now we have a situation where our part of our right of way has pavement on it that the city or the utility district, for that matter, hasn't approved. And so that can become, I think it's probably a maintenance and liability issue, but it's also if, say, the utility needs to, go in and do some work on something moving through there, that they now have this unexpected large concrete area to deal with. And that can be even more so if someone were to put a retaining wall essentially on land they did not own. So I would essentially say that this policy is that we would encourage you to not build things on land you do not own.
I think that's the part I don't understand. The first few words, the city should preserve. How are we going to do that? What are we going to do? I can think of an example in our neighborhood. People put a 6-foot fence, board fence right out within about 6 feet of the curb at a corner where it blocks visibility at the corner. I can think of other examples where vegetation, trees are blocking tree signs and street signs and certainly visibility at corners and things like that. But what I'm asking is, how is the city going to preserve? Are we going to send somebody out to cut it down? Are we going to take the fence out? Are we going to give the resident a notice that they have to remove it? That's what I'm asking, that I don't understand.
So most often that's been the latter. Actually, we have a code violation case moving right now with someone who has essentially done what I just said. Really wasn't the current property owner. It was a former property owner who did it, and now the current property owner is unfortunately stuck with it. But in that case, we're pursuing a code violation case. What's probably more common is when we hear about these things, because there can be times where something happens and we're just never told about it and no one ever. But when we hear about these things, we can pursue it as a code violation. Or if it's something that we've just seen, we have public works crews that are out a lot, and if they see someone's shrubs are really starting to infringe on the sidewalk or the road, then we can send them a letter telling them to trim it back. And if they don't do that, we can proceed to a violation. But I think usually that first letter is enough to get someone to trim once they know that someone's actually looking at it.
Quick question, follow-up question on that. So isn't some of these things are already covered or enforced by HOA is what I'm guessing, right? Aren't they supposed to approve that first through HOA before, either, building a fence or laying aggregate, just as an example?
So that can be the case. And in many cases, that is what happens. But it's important to remember that HOAs in cities are distinct legal entities. And so, for example, if somebody comes in and does something that's, say they cut down a bunch of trees that are against the city's, beyond the city's tree policy, for example, and they say, well, my HOA approved it. Well, that doesn't mean a whole lot to City Hall. And so conversely, the city can't take the HOA's rules into account and say, well, the HOA's got this. Because first off, we're kind of relying on rules that are not our own at that point. And that can be uneven across the city. But also, say something happens to the HOA, it's not unheard of that they could change or go dormant. And now you have that enforcement mechanism that it may be sitting there, somebody gives a call and says, hey, Tyler, I see on the plat map that XYZ says they can't do that. And I can look back and say that, well, that's the HOA's role, but the city doesn't have any mechanism to enforce that. And so that's why in some cases, it can be good to have a redundant policy between what the city and the HOA are doing.
And just in practice, this commonly occurs on arterials where there aren't HOAs involved. Typically, it's not an issue when you have active HOAs.
Okay, any more comments on this collection? Well, actually, let's go back to where we were. We jumped back to P11. Did anybody remember where we were? 48 to 52. Commissioner Marsh?
I guess just looking at 48, 49, 51, as I was reading through these, I mean, I think these are fine in concept as they are and what we've gotten in P74. I think I just wanted to make a broader comment here that, where we have the high-speed transit that's going in at 405, there's a park and ride, there's the East Trail there. My understanding is that the high-speed bus will be stopping one exit south of where the park and ride is. And it may be too late to do something here, but I would propose having some sort of language in here that would encourage the city to work with Metro and Sound Transit and other jurisdictions to look at some sort of a multimodal hub that provides access to the Park and Ride East Trail, local and regional bus service, and the high-speed bus lanes on 405. That may be already too baked to do anything like that, but it feels like we're missing a huge opportunity there for the city of Newcastle by not pushing something like that.
Don't we have language in there that calls for coordination?
That's in our legislative priorities for the council to advocate for that.
That's great. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, any other comments on this group? Then I would propose we take a 15-minute break. We've been going for almost 2 hours. We'll reconvene right at 7, not at 7:02, so we can keep moving through this. Is that something the commission would like to do?
Just shortly.
Okay. We'll reconvene in 13 minutes.
I was good with 2/3 of that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't vote for it because of the one.
Thank you, Nate. Charlie, way to find the middle ground through all those different things. You were like the consummate common ground guy.
Thank you.
He's been doing this a while.
Yeah, I can tell, yeah.
You have big shoes there. If he's ever gone, you're doing the role.
I'm watching you carefully.
Yeah, well, you'll be on next month.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's kind of working right now where the policies are getting kind of updated in the spreadsheets first, and that's easiest to see where they all connect to each other. And then once it kind of makes sense in the spreadsheets, we're going to flow it back in. Because we find if we try to bring them together at the exact same time, things just get lost. So then this will be another round. So, yes.
Jim, I don't think in principle we disagree. I think I just, I don't think we should have one policy that doesn't take into consideration. No, fair enough. I'm just saying, we should.
The entire month was in England. My daughter-in-law, we went with another couple, but my daughter-in-law's parents lived 10 miles south of Big Bend, so we spent some time there. Then we went north, the midpoint of the Oxford Canal, and rented a narrowboat. Oxford Canal, narrowboat. It was nice at the beginning. We had a little bit of rain on the canal. We only had a rental car, but we didn't
gonna be calling on me here like every 2 minutes, cause I got all kinds of stuff for him.
For what? Transportation?
All the rest of this.
Uh-oh. Long
I
meeting.
will be selective in my comments. I was excited to hear Jeff say that that was gonna be a legislative priority though. To lobby for some sort of a multimodal transportation hub.
I wanted to go to Portsmouth because HMS Victory is an old square rigger sail. It was Nelson's ship. And when I was in the US Navy, we spent about a week in Rye in Portsmouth.
Can I ask you a question real quick for, I guess,
And Jeff's on the big screen.
Be unshared so we can see both of you nice and big.
It's 7 o'clock and we're back in session. Let us resume with our transportation element where we left off. '54 through '58.
Question.
Yeah.
I don't know who I can ask this question of, but when you drive, I mentioned this in the last meeting, I think, when you drive around Seattle, I don't know if you've noticed, but some of the streets are green now. And it's a little harder to get around than it was when I was there years and years and years ago, because, you know, there's bus-only lanes and there's bicycle-only lanes and all that. Is this language in, is it P57? I just don't, I mean, we moved from Seattle to Newcastle, and I'm not, I mean, I think there seemed to be multimodal. Like I said earlier to Aaron Fitzgibbon's idea about, you know, is there a way for us to provide connectivity without having cars drive and, you know, run over children? There's got to be a way to encourage bicycles and scooters and pedestrian traffic without, you know, cutting off people's ability to get around. And like if you want, like we said last week, remember I said if I wanted to go down to QFC and grab a sandwich, but I know I'm not going to be able to find parking or get down there, I'm just not going to do it, right? Is there a way for, am I reading this in a way that it's going to encourage us to go to the Seattle version of like turning streets into bicycle-only lanes and that kind of stuff? I just wanted to see what is our thoughts on that, and is this language encouraging that, or am I overestimating that language?
I honestly think part of that has to do with, I mean, certainly through policies you could curb that. I think it also depends on who you have kind of running your public works program. I don't, Jeff, you might want to speak to this, but I think, you know, I don't think Newcastle's non-motorized plan is quite as rigorous as something like Seattle's, because we do have a non-motorized plan, but I think it's kind of old. Is that
Which
correct?
goal are we looking at again, please?
T57, is it 57, right?
57. Is it policy or goal?
Policy.
Policy, right. Struggling to find that.
It's new policy 82 is the reference, I think, isn't it?
What row in Excel are you looking? I don't know that I have the right document. There's a spreadsheet
Sorry.
that says goals, one that says policies, and one that says actions.
This is policies, row 173. It's the policies crosswalked tab.
Got it, perfect, okay. And that was, city should promote pedestrian. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're not gonna, we don't have the volumes to do what they do in Seattle. They've got major bike thoroughfares and things like that. The bike, there is a non-motorized plan, but it's very out of date.
That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Jeff.
Any other comments on this group of policies? Okay, let's move on. 58 to 62. Okay, any comment on these? Anybody want a little more time before we move on? Okay, let's move on. 63 to 68. Commissioner Blocker.
Yeah, I have a question. I haven't obviously spent a lot of time delving into all these, but just in a quick read right now. As I encounter our sidewalks that we do have in the city, so oftentimes they're really dirty. They're covered in needles and leaves and actually I look at the sidewalk and I think it'd be actually difficult for an elderly person to use some. So my question is can we word in one of these appropriate locations something about maintaining the surface on the sidewalks? I noticed the sidewalk that goes down Coal Creek is oftentimes covered with all kinds of tree branches and things. And the one going up the hill into the Donegal neighborhood, it's covered in pine needles. And I mean, it really is kind of almost slick. So it's great to have them, but if they're not maintained, they're not very usable.
So I'm not sure about the sidewalk for Donegal, but most sidewalks in the city are the responsibility of the property owner that lives adjacent to them, including that kind of maintenance. So just trying to think of what, and that's in our code. So just trying to think of what, if anything, we could do to incorporate that. Do you have thoughts, like outreach programs, letting property owners know that they're supposed to be doing this, or?
Sure, that'd be good.
Okay.
I don't know. I really don't know the capability of the city in terms of, our budget, that sort of thing, and the staffing, the load that you guys all carry, I'm sure is plenty already. So to suggest kinds of things that we send notices or that we have public works staff going around checking for visibility on corners in the street, where shrubbery's encroaching or fences have come out to the curb and those kinds of things. I don't know whether we have the capability to suggest those kinds of things, frankly.
Charlie, you have your mic on. Did you have something?
Oh, no, it's always on, unfortunately, but I do have a response that there is a way to communicate with the city to inform the city of a need. I forget the name of it.
See it, click it, fix it. See it, click it, fix it.
See it, click it, fix it. But I wonder if that could be used to identify like a corner that's blocking, and if that wouldn't trigger at least somebody from the city looking at it and seeing if a letter would be needed.
Yeah, it does, and we could do a lot of maintenance that way.
The see it, click it, fix it, I don't need a 5-minute dissertation on it, but can we just get like a 30-second summary? If somebody goes to see it, click it, fix it, posts a picture, says, hey, this is an issue, what happens? I know what happens with Amazon. I know what happens with Netflix. What happens with see it, click it, fix it? Who receives the message and how does it get dealt with?
So it's see-click-fix. So you can either go to seeclickfix.com and then search for Newcastle. The easier way is to go to the Newcastle website, newcastlewa.gov/report. That'll take you right to the entry form. You can pick one of the issues or other, and there's an issue called sidewalk issue. So then all the requests come to Connor and I, and then we assign them. Some are automatically assigned, some are not automatically assigned. The sidewalk issue could be a tree branch blocking the sidewalk. It could be a cracked sidewalk. It could be a car parked on the sidewalk. So depending what the issue is. And then it gets assigned usually, within an hour, depending on we don't, this is not monitored over non-working hours. So during the day, it'll get assigned, and then depending on the severity and the availability of crews, we'll respond to it. If it's a sidewalk issue in front of somebody's home, we will send a letter out to them and say, somebody's submitted a request, and please address this within 30 days.
That's perfect. Thank you, Jeff. And this isn't totally theoretical. I've used See Click It Fix It or See Click Fix, whatever we're calling it these days, in the past couple of weeks. And I was just wondering, because usually, like if you send something to Amazon saying, hey, please send me a gallon of milk, they send back and say, hey, we received your order. You'll get a gallon of milk in 4 days or something. Is there any kind of feedback loop to the resident when they say, hey, there's a tree branch and I'm worried that my grandma's going to trip and kill herself? Is there a way for somebody to know that the request or concern was received by the city?
Yes, so soon as it gets submitted, then you should get an automatic acknowledgement, essentially immediately. And then you'll get, anytime we require everything but a down stop sign to be, you have to be a registered user of See Click Fix. And the single reason we do that is so that people get that encouragement. If you allow someone to just submit something randomly, and they're not a user, they won't get that, they won't be a registered user, so they won't get that response feedback. So everybody's a registered user unless they're submitting a stop sign down, and they will get that. And then they'll get, when it's been, if there's any questions, like sometimes somebody will submit something that's not the right location, so we'll request some clarification. And then they'll say when it's scheduled, if we know if there's a scheduled activity, and then they'll be informed when it's closed out.
Jeff, you better be careful. You're going to get invited to every meeting. You've got an answer for everything, sir. Thank you very, very much.
I know, I was the one that instituted See Click Fix, so I know that one very well.
And I would like to add a comment to that. So See Click Fix I've used it 2 times and it has worked like a charm. The first time was when I moved into my new house and I saw cracks right in front of my road. I took a picture, downloaded it, and I think there's an app that you can download and you can add the picture there. And within 24 hours, somebody was assigned. And within, I believe, 1 week, they fixed the street. And my neighbors thanked me because they'd been waiting on it for so many years and they didn't know about this app. So thank you, Jeff. That's a wonderful tool for us to have. So, yeah.
Renton has the same thing. They just have theirs branded as Renton Reports, I think. But it's the same program underneath.
Let's resume from 69, I believe.
I just wanted to suggest, kind of on this, we have TR P64 to encourage some public and private development proposals in that program that we could use for maintaining this, is that we could create a program for the city use its community outreach means, which is basically social media and whatnot, to remind residents of responsibilities and programs at their disposal, or how to get in touch with us or something like that, if we want to kind of follow up on that a little bit more.
I see Ed's nodding yes.
Yeah.
So, on 69 through 74 is what we're looking at now. I don't know if this, I have a comment on 69, which is only that it probably should just be shown as deleted because it is, the reference is to P97, but P97 is simply a copy of P68, which is and so, and it's also, the city really, it's not practical for the city to encourage employers to offer flexible work schedules. It's just, so it's not really continued anywhere. It should, I would mark it as red for deleted.
I have a question. I think at one session when we talk about transportation, there is one thing we want to add is related to the street lights for the underserved streets. I think it got dropped or somehow I didn't see that anymore. I think it is in the transportation, but it's just that those, there are a lot, I mean, I shouldn't say a lot, but there are some streets that basically just don't have any lights, and it's not really safe to walk there. I thought when we work on the transportation, we did say we will add the wording. I mean, it was in one version and somehow it got dropped.
I do remember our conversation, and I just did a search on streetlight and I didn't find it anywhere.
It's under program 17 now. That's where it got moved to. I believe the same language is there too.
Boom, Zoe.
I have several documents open right now, so I can find things.
Did you pay Maggie to set you up for that, Zoe? That was impressive.
17 says develop street lighting
Can't say.
in consideration of conditions such as types of adjacent land use, hazardous street crossings, transit routes, schools, and parks. But I think that doesn't cover what we were discussing. It's a,
What was, I think when we discussed it, really, it's those streets.
would you put your speaker on?
The streets, I want to say, in my neighborhood, I think it's 136, you go down the back way, there's no lights. And it's pitch dark.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, yeah.
So this might be a place for Jeff to weigh in, but this program 17 says consider types of land use, hazardous street crossings, transit routes, schools, and parks. Doesn't say consider darkness. And I'm not saying, I don't mean that as a joke, but I mean, I think what I hear you saying is there's a big dark spot that could use a street light. And this policy is saying that streetlights will go for these, where these, we consider these things, but it's possible that even with these considerations, there wouldn't be a streetlight in that area. But Jeff, do you want to say anything about this?
Sure. I think that would be kind of a one-off type of thing. We're not going to necessarily go and look for things, in terms of a policy. If we could put a policy in there like adjacent conditions or something like that. I wouldn't foresee the city going and looking for dark places to put in a street light. We would just respond. And then also, regardless of a policy, that's something that somebody could submit a C-click fix and request a street light. So I think we could certainly address that concern by just adding, considering there's a condition such as, darkness or adjacent, or just existing conditions. Types of adjacent land use, existing conditions. Maybe take off hazardous street crossings, just street crossings.
Does that address your concerns, Maggie? Yeah. So let's, in that program, let's take off hazardous for street crossings, and I think, if I heard you right, that would do it.
Aaron, can you put
Yep,
the
that works.
word "as" before the colon?
Okay, let's go back to policies. Should we move on? Yes? Okay, let's move on. 75 through 79A.
Jeff, I have a question. How often do Bellevue and Renton coordinate with the city on their impacts to Newcastle?
Did you hear that, Jeff?
I'm sorry, I heard it, I didn't hear the Jeff part, so I didn't know who it was addressed to.
That was me. Sorry, that was Aaron.
Does Bellevue and Renton coordinate with us? Not specifically, but it's more project by project basis, so we get a copy of their transportation improvement plan, and then if there's any developments, so if there's any, like, we would be within the, the SEPA comment notice period,
Mhm.
and then if it's something really significant, we could be a party, an interested party, just because we're an adjacent jurisdiction.
Right.
I'm trying to think of if there's been any specific projects where that's come up.
There's the one over on
No.
95th, right?
Which one?
The one on 95th that Carrie was working on.
95th.
Wasn't it?
Well, I know Bellevue has some work on Coal Creek. Yeah, this could certainly be improved. It's just a matter of reaching out. But like the Lakemont Bridge, Bellevue didn't do a very good job about coordinating with us on it.
Okay, any comments on this group?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 79 and 79A, the part of it that I can read, I don't understand it. It seems kind of free floating. It doesn't connect to anything in my head. The city should seek maximum use of outside funding sources. Just generally for everything, or I mean, it's kind of.
I think it implies grants. That's
Okay.
what I assume by reading that.
If it makes sense to everyone else, fine. It just doesn't to me.
It certainly wouldn't hurt to add that.
I just put in more transportation projects. Should it simply say the city should seek to use the city should seek to maximize use of outside funding sources for transportation-related projects? And then,
That would make sense.
would that help clarify it?
Yeah, for me. Thank you.
So because we have overlapping policies in the new plan, so here it shows it for economic development and transportation. But this could also be for capital facilities.
Okay.
So it's kind of a,
Well, maybe both those just need to be stated, transportation and capital facilities.
Yeah.
Could be a little redundant, but maybe it needs to be there.
Or you could just call it public improvements.
Yeah.
That would cover both.
And ensure the proper spelling of bronze is there, so when they make the check out, they know who to write the check to, right, Jeff?
So Aaron, I just want to make sure you know that it's in 109 and the new policies you want that to go to.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think I've been doing all my edits on here, highlighting them all.
Okay, let's resume with P80 through P25.
Okay.
Any comments on these? Okay. P18 through 38, 37. All right, any comments on these? P38 through P4.
So the one that says the city shall designate principal arterials as truck routes and direct trucks to use arterials, what does that mean? You know, when you're driving around and you see the signs that say for local access only, is that what it is? And should we buy about 1,000 of those signs and put them up in front of all the neighborhoods so people don't drive through our neighborhoods anymore? I guess my main question is the first part, but I'm curious about the second part as well. Jeff.
I'm looking for, there's a figure, and for some reason it's not in my exhibit map here. I'm gonna have to, I'll look on the website. There's a map of designated truck routes, and I'm not sure if they're all their arterials or not.
I'm not so much curious where the truck routes are, it's just, I mean, how do you do that? How do you tell trucks, you know, go around, trucks don't drive through this neighborhood, drive over here? And is that something we want to use to address the issue that consumed the first half of the meeting around people driving where they're not supposed to be driving?
Well, there's what's considered a truck. I think truck, like a semi-truck's not gonna be driving through cut-through streets. So if depends on what type of vehicle you're trying to target. So I don't know that a UPS truck is considered a truck in terms of what that policy is driving towards.
No pun intended. That's okay. Forget the question. So we can move on. It's all good. Thank you.
Any questions on this group?
Just to follow up, I think there are signs out there today that like designated truck route. And there is, for instance, a sign, it doesn't matter, it's not followed, but there's a sign at the bottom of Southeast 76 saying no trucks. But yet, you know, every couple of months, a truck gets stuck at the top of the hill.
Let's move to
Charlotte?
P13.
I do have
Oh,
one
yes.
question. This isn't directly connected to any one of these policies, probably, but this is just a kind of a pet peeve of mine. I go to Tapatio's often to eat, and not so much QFC, but the parking lot there. And when you're trying to get out of that parking lot safely onto Coal Creek Parkway, it's almost impossible sometimes of the day. Certainly safely, it's impossible. The alternative is to go through the moving van parking lot, which is clearly designated as our private property, and yet we allow them to park their vans on our city right-of-way on the street behind their building. Can't we work out a trade-off there where we get a city street and then they're allowed to park on our right-of-way behind their building? It's not related to these policies directly, but it's, I think, a valid question.
There's a long and sordid history that I don't know, but maybe Jeff can give us just a quick answer to that.
The answer is it's a long and sordid history. A lot of times the trucks are actually not on the right of way. on 132nd, they're off the right of way. But ultimately, it's a give and take. They could block their private road off if they wanted to, and they threatened to do that almost a few years ago.
Well, certainly they're breaking down the shoulder of our street, running on the edge of it.
Anybody ever considered trying to have a declaratory judgment as to whether or not there's some sort of a prescriptive easement through continued use through there over time? Do you know, Jeff?
I don't, but I would be pretty confident that does not exist. A public agency can't condemn or doesn't get a prescriptive easement off of private property.
Right, it would be a private cause of action by citizens, but I just was wondering if you'd ever heard of anything along those lines.
I've not, no.
Okay,
If
let's,
there, just to put one more pin on that, if there was the motivation to do that, the city could buy that, just condemn it, and make it a public street. But that would probably cost $1 million. Or more. I just grabbed a number out of the air. I don't know what it would cost. It would have to be appraised.
okay, let's move on.
Keep on trucking.
13 through 15. Any questions on these? All right, let's go to the next group.
So I guess I just noted as I was reviewing these, that I thought, P3 and P28, I mean, back to our conversation earlier about, through traffic, through neighborhoods, there's probably an opportunity to reword, like the city should evaluate its actions. I don't love that, but I think the heart of both of these could be preserved as policies going forward.
I need a translation of what you just said. Can you kind of elaborate, please?
TRP3, which is removed or consolidated elsewhere. The city should provide adequate system-wide capacity on arterial streets to avoid diversion of excess traffic from congested arterials to local streets and neighborhoods. I think that's just a policy statement that the city should ensure that arterials actually are adequately capable of taking that traffic to avoid cut-through neighborhood traffic. And then TRP 28, the city should evaluate its actions to minimize the impact of regional through traffic within residential neighborhoods by employing neighborhood traffic control. It's a similar concept, but instead of talking about arterial capacity, it's talking about neighborhood traffic controls that would minimize or would reduce cut-through traffic. And it just went to the conversation we had earlier.
Thank you for the translation. So are you saying that we could leave those in and it would be consistent? Because
That's my take.
that's my take too. So I guess back to you, whoever took it out and turned it red. Should we leave that? Because somebody at one point, whatever, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, wrote this sentences, and the first one says we're going to make sure roads don't get congested so people cut through neighborhoods. The second one says we're going to make sure the neighborhoods have traffic controls appropriately. The next one says access to the street network should be provided in a manner consistent with the function. In other words, if it's a neighborhood street, it should be a neighborhood street. It shouldn't turn into like a freeway for a iPhone or something like that. So can we just leave those in light of the lively conversation we had about an hour ago? Or do we have to take those out because they are quote unquote consolidated elsewhere?
As staff, I would prefer not to have something that the city should evaluate its actions to minimize the impact. I think it should be something more proactive, such as the city should evaluate the impact, or the city should
Love it.
consider ways to employ traffic control.
I love all that. So if you want to leave them in with the minor adjustment, that instead of putting an evaluate, will actually. That's what I said. Yeah, I'm going to take what he said and make it sound better. That's what I do. I live off of Scott. So are we, Aaron, what do you think? Or what does everybody else think? I'll stop talking. But I like what Scott said and I second his emotion.
I saw heads nodding while you were commenting, so I think the commission supports that action.
Yeah, and we may be able to make this a program rather than a policy. Great.
I don't have any objections to it either. Just one thing I would point out is that the Coal Creek Parkway is, not going to be expanded in the future. So it'll get to a point where it's at its capacity, and that might be in opposition to this goal or policy.
So Jeff, I hear you and I understand that.
And not a shout-out.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
And I
okay.
think it also makes
But
it,
there are other things that, sections and.
sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done. Sorry, Jeff.
Oh, I essentially was.
I was just going to say, I think you're right, and I think that makes it all the more important that we're looking at on other main roadways.
Or going back to the earlier goal of, or policy rather, of being in communication with our neighbors to evaluate things that they might be doing that are negatively impacting the system.
So do P3, P28, and P30 get changed to like blue or something? Is that what happens?
Not, I would say not 30. 30, to me, looks just like a statement that is common sense and doesn't really add anything. Access should be provided in a manner consistent with the function of each roadway. Do we really need to say that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, because I mean, that gets to the core of my rant and rave forever, which is if a street's meant to be a street for kids to play on and for the residents to drive there, pull into their, parking lot, take out their groceries, unload their kids. I mean, I understand Charlie's point, which is in that common sense, and it feels like much of what we're doing should be common sense. But at one point, somebody put that in there. Scott's point was, should we really be taking it out now in light of the conversation we've had this evening? So I don't feel strongly about it, but I mean, for me, to Aaron's point, you could clarify that one sentence slightly, but I don't see a need to take those sentences out, those three cells.
Commissioner Marsh?
So I actually hadn't been proposing leaving P30, but actually I'm changing my thinking on that. But I think the way I'm thinking about it, and tell me if this is consistent or inconsistent with what y'all think. When I read that, access to the street network should be provided in a manner consistent with the function of each roadway. I think the thing I'm worried about is how we've defined or classified the roadway. Does that then address how that street gets treated by the city, right? Like in terms of things like traffic controls and, speed dampening, things like that, traffic dampening. Is it the definition that drives that, or is it the actual usage? And I think that's maybe a little bit what I'm hearing from you in this. I don't know that is articulated well here, but I mean, I guess you don't want the definition of what the street or the label is on the street to define how it gets treated in that regard, whether it's 35 miles an hour instead of 25 miles an hour, because we've called it a neighborhood feeder, right? When the reality is kids are playing on it and there's no sidewalk. So I don't know if there's a way to I don't know if that is the same concept that people are thinking of when they look at that, but that was what came to mind as I was reading this. And I would be open to clarifying that point, that it's the actual usage and not the labeling.
So on this note, if you look at the new policy 49, it combined this idea and TRP 17 to now state the city should ensure streets are safely designed to reflect the form and function of the land uses through which they pass. So does that feel like it captures this conversation?
That's a great call out. That satisfies it for me. I don't know if that does everybody else, but thanks, Zoe.
Okay.
Jim says sure as well, so this one, P30 would go out. Okay. And I think 67, is that, was that on that previous screen? Otherwise, I think we're done with transportation.
Wait, can I throw out one proposed
Certainly, Commissioner Panetta.
policy that's not on here, just to see what you guys think? I know you all want to leave. I think it might have been you that mentioned speeding on Coal Creek, right? Everybody complains about it. What I've heard from our current police chief and the last police chief is there's nowhere to park to monitor it. There's no good spots to park and, radar gun people, whatever they do. They've talked about doing a motorcycle cop. I think we had one for a while. I think he was in an accident or something, but earlier on, there was a policy that said the city should consult with King County, other jurisdictions. And it got me thinking, should there be a policy that says something like this, if Coal Creek Parkway is being, modified or altered, or development is going adjacent to Coal Creek, the city should consult with police on potential future traffic enforcement or something. So someday maybe we could have a spot where we could park a car or whatever that looks like. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. I don't know if the wording is horrible. Don't put that in the policy. But because there is no good traffic and speed enforcement.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm going to say something real quick, and I don't have nearly enough context to know why what I'm saying is unacceptable. So somewhere like Coal Creek Parkway, if you cannot put police along it, would be kind of a natural fit for a speed camera. Not one that's put up on the lights, but one that actually monitors how fast traffic is going. I know those are not super popular in this region, and that there's going to be questions with ownership over that right-of-way, and how much we can do with it that Jeff probably already knows why this can't be done. But that may be something, if it could be done practically, that may be worth looking into in the future, because it is one thing that just doesn't take up the space that putting a police car on the roadway does, and it's a 24/7 deterrent.
True, and just none of these policies that look like consulted police, I guess. For Coal Creek specifically.
Actually, there is one on Coal Creek Parkway as you come off of 900 coming north, and people race right by it. It's 35 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour there, I don't remember. And people just blast by it. I don't think those, frankly, are very effective in terms of enforcement.
Well, I think the point would be something that sends you a ticket in the mail, rather than just telling you how much you're breaking the rules.
I agree. If it were that, that would be enforcement.
I was wondering if the sentiment of consulting with PD on new development along Coal Creek Parkway could kind of be broadened somehow, because we've talked about septet, we've talked about other planning elements, a larger policy to include PD on new major development review or something.
Yeah, I just feel like that's kind of missing, because I do hear the speeding complaint, and I hear that there's nothing they can do about it, but, maybe we had a policy to invite them into the discussion, maybe, I mean, maybe someday something will happen, I don't know. Thoughts?
Commissioners, what do you think?
I know it's late.
I think I caught what you said. Are you saying if somebody's gonna develop property, we take advantage of this as an opportunity to use their money to pay for like traffic prevention activities or
Maybe,
like?
possibly, or just ask the police what they would like to see changed, because they're handcuffed right now. Right, I mean, they can't do anything, and so, maybe we need to have a policy to invite them, I don't know.
In Bellevue, there's a nice little spot for a speed trap at the bottom of the hill past the entrance to the trailhead, right by the utility installation. I got ticketed there about 10 years ago. I'm amazed at how infrequently they use that spot. So I'm wondering if we had a spot like that, would we actually use it?
I don't know.
I think there are other spots as well, because right beside Lake Boren, at the bottom of the street that comes down from Tikva, there's a widening there that, for a southbound patrol spot, and I think I've seen them sit a little further south on the other side as well, but it seems very difficult for me to accept that there are no spots.
Yeah, I guess I would, agreeing with all of this, I would propose maybe we consider a program that references some sort of consultation with law enforcement for development and implementation of new strategies for speed control or for traffic safety. I mean, that way it's actionable, it's broad enough that it can go beyond just speeding on Coal Creek Parkway and can look at other things, and it specifically references collaboration with law enforcement.
Second that.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
Okay, it looks like Aaron has captured some language for a program. Okay, and that brings us to the end of transportation. Oh, no. Madam Transportation has a comment. Commissioner Lowe.
Yeah, I have one comment. It's not on the policies we just reviewed, but in the document, the narrative, there is a section called system deficiencies. My question is that to identify the current deficiency or potential? What I was really thinking with the new house, the growth, the population growth, the housing growth, I will think there will be potential deficiency other than just the one it was identified here, the Golf Club Road and the Newcastle Way. Like, for example, I will think the Coal Creek Parkway, there's a potential. I just feel like maybe we should acknowledge it, or if that's not the right place, I mean, tell me. I just see we do have a section called system deficiencies. It feels like 10 years later, we don't have anything to add, and just leave it as now I feel it's insufficient.
The language, Aaron has brought it up on our screen. Let's take a look at it.
We should probably also note on this that we're updating the figures from the Transportation Master Plan to include our current forecast of new growth. So we may end up with a different result on our deficiencies.
Commissioner Lowe, does this cover what you were, okay. Commissioner Marsh?
So I know we're going to close the topic on transportation, and I know we don't do this as a public input type of a conversation. I guess I would just say, can we plan on leaving the subject of transportation open until we get through the additional public comment? I have a sense we may get some further public comment on this, maybe. So.
After we receive public comment, we can always make changes. All right. Our next two elements are utilities and capital facilities. How about we move toward utilities? Okay, utilities. Well, I guess I should ask the question that I don't imagine that you have comments on the text, but that's also open for comment tonight. So if you do have any, please just raise them. Meanwhile, we'll jump into the crosswalk with policies 1 through 4.
So I have a quick comment on UTP1. We need to include this language to address high voltage electrical transmission lines. It doesn't look like it's covered in policy P202. So we may want to keep it the way it is.
I guess echoing that, P1 through P5, they all reference to P202, and I thought that P1 through P5 all were stronger, more specific policies, where P202 maybe wasn't as specific as and as strongly worded as I preferred.
Could one of you kind of repeat what you're asking in terms of what the change would be?
I'd like to leave P1 through P5, carry those forward, just because I thought they all direct us to a new policy 202, which just says the city shall encourage safe and efficient placement of system and utility services through means such as underground co-location, concurrent installations when practical and feasible. P1 through P5 are more specific and more strongly worded.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Because like P1 says shall require the undergrounding. 202 just says encourage. It's not as strongly worded.
For added context on the utility edits specifically, they had been, utility policy in general had been missing from the previous draft before I was pulled in. So the edits that were made were me trying to salvage these policies, but also not add too many to what was already there. So I really appreciate learning what is the strong policy people want and everything else throughout this entire section. So thank you.
Anybody object to retaining 1 through, is it 1 through 4 or 1 through 5? 1 through 5, any objection to that? Okay, let's move on. 6 through 10. I would venture that 10 should be retained for the same reasons as 1 through 5.
I was curious about P8, talking about encouraging utility providers to limit disturbance to vegetation within major utility transmissions. They pretty much have the right to do whatever they need to do to keep those utility corridors safe. We don't really have negotiations with them on what they do in those areas. Shall is strong, and I don't know that there's really, yeah, I really don't know that these are policies that we have much control over.
Well, the new policy 194 says we shall coordinate with utilities to ensure.
Yeah.
So it's, the shall is to coordinate. I don't know that we can't ensure it.
For 206.
Yeah, so these policies kind of go to the back and forth that I see tends to happen with urban forestry programs in trying to maintain tree growth, but then also the battle for overhead utility lines. So, yeah, it's tricky.
So,
I don't need to have an in-depth conversation, I just
yeah, I would just say
make me.
that while, so I say this as a former employee of PSE who was not in the department of people that had liaisons with cities, but I know that PSE paid attention to what cities complained about, even if it wasn't something, I mean, if it came down to it and PSE insisted it had to do it this way, PSE would do it that way. But if it had flexibility, it would try to keep that city happy. And not because, I mean, PSE is good people, but it's also in their interest to keep the cities happy because the cities can make a lot of trouble for PSE if they're not happy, so. I think the existing new policies are okay for those, my opinion. So, does anybody want any change on these? I'm not sure if I'm tracking the conversation. We're,
Sorry, I moved forward.
was it 6 through 10? We agreed that 10 should be retained because 206 doesn't cover it, but I think P8 was the one that we were pursuing, just, and the new P194 and 206, I think, are good enough to cover that, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Okay, let's move on to 11. 11 through 14.
So I think that P11 and P13, both of them have the same issue again. The language doesn't adequately reflect, for instance, in P172 and Program 64. So I would recommend that we create either a new strategy to cover this or maybe tweak the language a little bit just to cover everything.
Anybody have any comments on that? Any response to that suggestion, I should say?
I had some similar comments, and specifically in P13, I had an edit P202 to reference encouragement of co-location where new facilities are proposed to minimize multiple equipment facilities. So I think looking at 202. Yeah, I think we want the city, rather than just encouraging safe and efficient placement of systems, I think we also want to minimize equipment, multiple equipment facilities. So maximizing the use of existing right-of-ways, existing, easements that the city already has granted or private landowners have already granted for utilities, and expanding those by user and not physically, that kind of thing, or duplicating them. So here it would be not having multiple towers, for example. Sorry, Jim.
So as I read 202, I think it covers that. I'm not sure, I guess I'd want your suggestions on what to add to 202 to make it meet the need that you're seeing.
I think it could be encouraging that to minimize, not just for safe and efficient placement of system and utility services, but also to minimize, we could reference aesthetics, or we could try and minimize multiple redundant towers or multiple redundant equipment array, right? So rather than having, a monopole 4 blocks from another monopole, encouraging or requiring co-location, that sort of thing, to minimize that type of redundancy. I think that's more than encouraging safe and efficient placement of the systems. Maybe that's cutting it too fine, but
How about safe, efficient, and non-redundant? Would that capture it with a simple word?
or maybe just consider aesthetics. That's fine. I guess yeah, that's fine. We're getting into nuance here where we don't have the luxury of that, so.
Our current wireless code doesn't allow new, I'm not saying we have to change this, but it doesn't allow new monopoles, and it does put a lot of emphasis on co-location.
Old P13 specifically talks about neighborhood character, sensitivity to neighborhood character, and reduce potential aesthetic impacts, and I think that was really what I was keyed in on.
I see.
But I don't, if people feel like safe and efficient placement covers that, then I don't want to get hung up on it.
No, I just want to make sure that we capture what you got, what you want in there.
We could also revise P13 as a separate policy to just talking about new facilities reflecting sensitivity to the neighborhood character and reducing potential aesthetic impacts. Could be its own policy.
That could work. Apologies for my inartful comments initially here.
I'm gonna mess that up.
I have a comment on P11. I don't know, or I can't remember seeing any place where we are encouraging planning for EV installations. So if that's the case, or if you agree that we're not addressing that elsewhere, I think we should add that in P11 that we should encourage multifamily commercial industrial developers to provide for internet, EV, and telecommunications.
I thought we had that somewhere.
I thought we did too. Let me check.
Okay. Well, while we're checking on this one, we did have a conversation with PSE on Friday. And they're taking a look and they're gonna provide comments, but some of the items that were suggested to be removed, they agreed with. Charlie, Amy missed you, she says hello. So it sounds like they have some good comments coming for us, and so we'll get some of that, the language updated per the comments in the plan.
Okay, are we still looking for EV, or are we ready to go on? Can we add EV to that policy 11, or I should say policy 172, and maybe that's where I'm failed to look. Let me look there here. Policy 172.
Zoe, did you find anything?
I have not found it yet. I don't know, somehow it got just
The new-
lost in.
The new policy, I'm sorry, I missed
Processing
it. The new policy
Right.
does have it. 172 does refer to EV. It's not in the old one, but it is in the new, so.
The technology, okay, that was the phrasing. As soon as you search EV, it just pops up so many different things that are not capitalized.
Is that strong enough, Charlie?
It's a good question, because not all EV technology is created equal.
I think it is, yeah. What did you say, Tyler?
Just thinking that, based on the strength of the charger, there may be significantly different infrastructure needs. And so maybe it's enough, I'm not sure. But I do wonder, just because like a little level 2 charger might need a lot less than somebody wants to put in like a bank of, 300, 300 kV chargers or something. Like those are very different animals.
But I don't see any harm in saying that we should encourage the installation of it. I don't know. Okay, shall we continue?
Mm-hmm.
'16 and '17 talk about transmission structures. They aren't covered in any of the new policies. I think that the transmission wars have been fought and they're over in our city. But I think it would be wise for us to retain the protections that were in there before those wars started. Which would mean retaining P16 and P17. Mostly, I just don't want to reopen that wound by doing away with them and then creating questions about why did we do away with them. Okay, looks like the commission is in agreement with that. Anything else in this group? Commissioner Blocker?
Yeah, in P19, the city shall require utility providers to mitigate the loss of significant trees. What would that entail?
Typically, it would be a replanting requirement if they are not retaining their trees.
Okay. A significant tree is like what, more than 10 feet or 100 feet, or, and they have to replace within kind, or, I'm just curious.
Yeah, we do it by, so it depends on, an evergreen tree would be,
By diameter.
go ahead, Tyler, go for it.
An evergreen tree that is 8 inches or greater in diameter, or a hardwood that is 12 inches or greater. And the tree has to be in good health, and it can't include certain nuisance species like black locust, Lombardy poplar, cottonwood, or willow, or native alder. That all of those are significant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we were looking at 18 through 21, I believe.
I just had a question on 21, and I just want to double check 216. No, I think I'm good, never mind. I just want to make sure it picked up the King County plan if needed.
Okay, so we move on? Yep, okay. '23 through 26, and I think those are the last ones in the utility section.
I'm a little confused on P26. It says CP204, but that doesn't really address the King County piece, like Scott just mentioned. So I'm a little bit confused. Can we substitute P204 for P26? It doesn't, I think we should leave P26 as is.
I'm actually wondering if we, and perhaps this is for Director Bronze, if you know that we need to coordinate a debris management plan?
We have one actually with Bellevue. And then now King County is doing one. King County Solid Waste in connection with King County Emergency Management are doing one as well. They're in the early stages of that, the planning stages.
So possibly retain this? Because it seems to be a separate coordinated effort.
Could you say that again?
It would be called, I'm sorry, it's, yeah, it's not in partnership with solid waste management providers. It's essentially you have a contract in place it's not waste management. It's these companies that are not located in Washington typically, from what I learned. So, I guess contract solid waste management. Okay, that's fine. It's not our waste management. Yeah. That's fine the way it is.
So are you recommending, Benita, that we retain this one?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any objection to that? No, okay. We will retain 26.
So on,
Just one more. The reason you do that too, you get additional FEMA reimbursement if you have an adopted debris management plan. That's another reason to do it.
Yeah,
So what was P24, the city should develop and enforce codes to ensure adequate and conveniently located space for garbage and recycling collection containers in commercial, multifamily, and mixed-use buildings. It looks like that got removed because the city says it's already in the code. I wonder if that could be a program, and instead of develop and enforce, it could be maintain and enforce. It feels like it's maybe at a programmatic level and not a policy level, but given that that's part of our code,
As I read this, it's being removed as a policy.
it is being removed as a policy, and I was suggesting that we keep it as a program.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. Could we do that and maybe, instead of develop and enforce, make it maintain and enforce? Feels like at a program level, it's maybe more tactical.
Okay with you, commissioners? Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking. Oh. Would there be any reason to expand this beyond commercial, multifamily, and mixed use?
Honestly, I was just thinking of, to the extent that we are visioning denser development in the downtown area, it seems like it might not be a bad program to have. So I don't have a need to expand it.
Okay.
Okay, that's it for utilities. We just have one more to go. It's 8:18. Are you ready for the stretch?
Oh, boy.
Enter the stretch?
Touchy.
All right. Again, I don't know if you reviewed the text for the capital facilities portion, but if you have any comments on that, feel free to bring those forward. In the meantime, we will look at CF P1 through P5. Okay, any comments on these? Okay, let's go to the next group. P6 through P9.
I was just hoping for a quick explanation on P9 and the note that it doesn't quite tie to public facilities, specifically working on how to get this incorporated. I was wondering, I don't know if that's you, Zoe, or who, but just a quick kind of rundown on what that is meaning.
So an earlier edit that was made to P 110 is talking about just local revenue sources to match or supplement outside funding sources. And it says including impact fees, and it just lists a whole bunch of different revenue sources, but it doesn't necessarily tie it specifically back to financing for public facilities. And I think that was still trying to figure out how to get that tie-in included in the language without this having losing its meaning where it applied in other areas.
If we
Does
don't
that
mention
make
public
sense in what's going
facilities,
on?
doesn't it make it broader? I mean, if we if we mention public
Yeah.
facilities, does that mean that we need to mention other things that it's for? Whereas if we leave it out, it just seems to be a universal. I don't think you have a problem there is, I guess, to Zoe, I think it's broad and covers P9. 110 covers P9.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, absent some sort of if there was some sort of other reason you felt you needed it, Zoe, I agree with Charlie.
Okay, yeah, it was for the financing of public facilities specifically that I was hesitant on.
Anything else in this group? P6 through 9? Okay, let's move again. Ten through 14.
On the first one, what's program P72 say? Just trying to remember what we wrote.
Negotiate and enter into written joint use agreements with the Renton and Issaquah school districts. Oh, you got it up there, never mind.
Can you go back to the original one? And CDC. Wasn't there also going to be a program, or I don't know what it'd be called, but I thought we were going to, I guess, do a study if community center was even needed anymore. Like, we didn't want to, I remember talking about this like a year ago, we didn't want to completely strike it. Because there was thoughts of, you know, there's just no place to even build one now, or who would use it, who would pay the cost of it. And that program says, like, we're basically going to work with the school districts, but maybe I'm not remembering, but I thought we were going to
I remember it.
yeah. Is that missing in here, or?
Well, there's also P2, there's also the policy 207, shall foster connections for Newcastle through safe gathering places that provide various use opportunities. It doesn't specifically say community center, but there's sort of a,
Yeah,
I thought I saw it somewhere though. Is it
I
in the
remember
text?
seeing in notes something about financing being the challenge, and that was gonna be the reasoning to strike it, but
But you know, it actually might be in the text.
yeah.
Sorry, it's late, so
I think we did discuss the,
like, yeah.
where's that? Policies, goals,
I think
where's that in the appendix? I'm really trying not to make anybody dizzy. Oh, here we go.
buildings.
I thought it was in here.
This is where we should have getting our own district court.
Could that have come in
Yeah.
the Parks and Recs element? I know it was originally in the capital facilities. And I don't recall us talking about it in any of our meetings in the last couple of months.
Yeah, the CAC is Well, I haven't heard an update lately, but they're supposedly doing a study of third places and in the area. So I know they have this on their plan.
Well, oh, no, go ahead.
This may be a softer take maybe than people like, but could we have a policy level that, so I know we've got 72 here, but could we have something that evaluates, that there's kind of an ongoing evaluation by the city to ensure that there are adequate city offices and public spaces for municipal needs? Because, I mean, that's kind of what, in my thinking, is kind of underlying what was in original P10, is there was a sense of there weren't adequate spaces. And obviously things have changed a lot since that was drafted, but a lot could change over the next 10 years. We don't know whether people are going to want a community center or not, right? That could evolve over time. The needs of the city here for city offices could evolve over time, or maintenance facilities, things like that. And that just provides some
On
room.
that specific, no. May I have a policy that kind of relates to this that we could edit. P173, the city shall encourage a shared development of all public capital facilities such as parks, libraries, schools, community meeting spaces, and city office conference rooms. Something editing there.
So we would need to consider, but it's more like an evaluation and making sure that we
Yeah.
are providing the spaces we need or not holding on to spaces we don't need.
That was just the one related policy I thought as a jumping off space.
And that ties to Program 72 as well. I mean, I think those are all kind of, they're related in concept, but I think Aaron, you picked up on what I was really trying to go for there, I think.
Going back to the community center conversation, I distinctly remember us agreeing on an approach that was to study whether there's actually a need, enough demand for a community center to sustain it. And then after we determine that, then take the next step. And I think we lost this because in the transition from Amy Dantzler, when she left, that was her element. And so, but I think we can find it, and I would like to look for that wording. So I guess I'm sensing that the commission would like to put that back in, so I will look for that wording and get that to Aaron.
For old P12 and new P176, does new P176, does that require new development being tied to city services? Because P12, I think, old P12 does. And I wasn't clear that that was picked up. Maybe it is somewhere else.
And this sounds like concurrency requirements. 176.
This makes it sound like the city's the one expanding the infrastructure.
Require the connection of all new development in the urban growth area. So this all has to do with, it's just reflecting the intent of the GMA, the Growth Management Act. And of course, water and sewer are under a different jurisdiction, so this just expands it to all utilities.
I do have a little bit of a concern about who's doing the action here, because in the original policy, the city is requiring that an action be done. And the second, the city is initiating action. And we've never done that on a development.
Right. Well, capital facilities, we would, it's us.
Right, just thinking of new developments and their water sewer connections.
Right.
So Tyler, what is your concern about the new 176?
It just, the city, so when somebody comes in with a new short plat, for example, the city is not extending those public services per se. It is requiring that the applicant extend those public facilities in coordination with Coal Creek Utility District. This, the way this policy is written just feels a little bit like the city's taking it on itself to make an extension. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it just
Well,
feels a little bit like the agent has changed in the sentence from them to us.
So it's either we're doing, this is keeping with concurrency requirements, right? So this is just making sure, the way that it's written now is making sure that the city is being responsible for its concurrency requirements, whether or not that's the developer or the city doing the work.
If I built a second dwelling unit on my lot next year, and I wanted to put a septic field in for it as opposed to connecting it into city sewer, would I be able to do that?
You would not.
Okay, so we would require the connection of the new development within the urban growth area to the public sewer and water system.
The city, but that's Department of Health, I guess, so.
But if I put one in, I could, because I am not served by city water, and it's never going to come to my neighborhood, so.
And I guess that was part of my question is, and I think I asked this at the last meeting, if there was anybody that was not on the municipal utilities. I didn't think that that was the case, but it sounds like that is.
Times, yeah.
Okay, so, a what?
Is there a gap here then?
Put your,
So is there a gap here in terms of 176? I guess I'm looking to you, Aaron and Tyler.
I don't think, I mean, I don't think so, but.
there's another policy that requires that new facilities be connected to city sewer and that existing septic systems be connected, but to the extent feasible. There's a limiting factor on it. So I wonder if that policy kind of covers it.
Well, so the city doesn't require the public sewer and water systems to different jurisdiction. So Charlie, your edit was to P12, correct?
Let me see. No, that wasn't me.
Okay, so could you repeat what you just said, Charlie?
Well, I thought I saw language that tempered the requirement to connect all new development to public sewer. But now I can't tell you where that is. Unless it's in 176? No, it's not in one. Yeah, that one, but that doesn't have, that's an absolute, but it's not true, because the city won't require it where there are no plans to extend the sewer.
And I guess 176 is saying that the city shall ensure that they're extended with new growth. I mean, is basically what it's saying. We wouldn't, it's almost saying that the city has to extend it regardless. Based on an established need and demand.
So here, go down to P14, that's what the language I was remembering. City shall facilitate in coordination with the district connections of existing development to public sewer within the next 15 years as long as it's physically feasible and fiscally responsible. So that language, so long as it's physically feasible and fiscally responsible to implement, seems to be what might be missing from the new development. From P12. Unless this city absolutely is not permitting any new septic facility. So if there's an area that can't be served by city sewer, but you could put a septic system on it in its new development, this policy would seem to prohibit that. But there must be places where there are individual lots within areas only served by septic, that the city would allow that lot to be developed.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, so the city doesn't actually, city is not the jurisdiction who requires the connection to the sewer or the, it's the Department of Health and Cole County, Cole Creek. So my thought on this is that CFP 12 is not required because we can't require that.
Right.
P14 makes sense in lieu of that. And then the new 176 would just need to be, this is something that staff can edit, but it would need to be edited to also include language that urban growth area and based on established need and demand provided for new growth. I mean, this would basically be for new growth.
You should look at 192, the new 192 as well, as your.
That's fine. So that has to do with phasing. That has to do with new development. This has to do with allowing them to phase, which sometimes developments do. We don't have such large developments here that they phase very often. The city shall facilitate in coordination with Coal Creek Utility District connections. I'm going to recommend, if this is okay, we allow P12 to go away as 176. We keep P14, and then I made modification to P76 to clarify it, that it's for new growth. Does it make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioners, you agree? Yes, they're agreeing. I think if I keep you here long enough, I can get you to agree to anything.
That's what I was gonna say.
I know, kind of like,
Whatever. Do it.
Jim, you want to talk about connected streets?
Not at all. I give up.
Okay, can we move on? Or we're at the end? Unless there, I guess we're at the end. We're asking comments up until the end. Any more comments on this last group? That's the question. Commissioner Marsh is smiling. That's because he's not going to make any comments.
I'm just happy to be here.
Okay, I think I'm not seeing any comments on this, so we will consider the capital facilities crosswalk to be walked. And that brings us to the end of the general business 5.1 and to 5.2, the schedule. And you have a handout in front of you, which I will ask Director Fitzgibbons to talk us about.
Yeah, okay, so at the council meeting last week, council suggested that we go to the first meeting in January with a presentation of the comprehensive plan, and then the second meeting would be for their first adoption meeting. They also requested that we come back to council with a finalized draft when it's ready to go. So that would be sometime after we're out at the public hearing, or not the public hearing, I'm sorry, public review comment. So what I gave you here was just a portion of this beautiful Gantt chart I made. So you can see that we're hoping that our 30-day, 60-day public review, 60-day commerce review will start on the 29th of this month. So the question is, like, more generally, so if we return to council on the 19th, that's before the end of the public review period. And then if we potentially have a public hearing about a month later, that gives us more time between the meeting with council and the public hearing to prep for a meeting, as well as getting back from the public comment period, which ends on 11/28. So that only gives us a couple weeks to get ready for public hearing. And then that gives city council a little bit of time to review. Or we could go to council after the public review period, which would then we could give them an update on the public review period, right? That gives us less time to a public hearing and about the same amount of time for council to review. And then the last one is scenario 3. I just pushed up the public hearing to 12/12. It doesn't give us a lot of time between the public comment to respond and having a public hearing, but it does get us further away from the holidays. So it's 8:45 and everyone's been sitting here a long time, but I just didn't know if anybody had any initial thoughts on this, or if you're like, this isn't even possible, we need to push this out, like just sort of what everybody's thoughts on the schedule is.
I'm finding it hard to really understand the implications of the different variations.
Yeah, so if we return to council on 11/19, that's before the end of the public comment period. Do we want to go back before the end of the public comment period?
Have we been to council yet? Have we been to council yet? Have we talked to council about this yet? I know that like there was a thing that you presented, right, in the last meeting, but are we gonna have like, when's our plan get together so that all of us can talk to all of them?
Well, I think there must have been some confusion on the first, because I think that was the thought that we would be getting, that more people would be, more planning commissioners would have been attending on the 1st.
I was wondering about that. Were we supposed to be at that meeting?
I think there was a thought that more commissioners would have been there.
But, well,
It wasn't a joint meeting.
It was not a joint meeting.
We're going to be discussing it with the council, and we encourage you to attend if you can.
so when are we going to have a joint meeting with them and us talking to each other about the issues?
So that would be this 11/19 or 12/3.
I would want, I've been beating the drum for months, I think. I want them and us in a room together, talking about this, so the sooner the better. Could have happened last month, could happen this month, the sooner the better, in my opinion.
Okay. Does anybody have?
So if we were to wait, it seems like if we wait till after the public public review period is concluded, then we will have heard everything that has come back, and that would be good to have before we talk to the council. Does that?
I disagree with Charlie. I want to talk to him as soon as possible. I recognize that it's better to get more input, I feel like we've heard a lot of input. I feel like we've gone through every element and every phrase and every comma ad nauseum. What we haven't done yet is talk to the council, who are the ones that are going to decide. So yes, we could get more input, but at the last town hall, which you and I were both at gladly, there was nobody there. It was practically empty. The Risden Middle School cafeteria was practically empty, and this issue did come up, and it was crickets. So the most important conversation in my mind is those council members and us planning commissioners chatting about their concerns, because if they have feedback, they have comments, they have concerns, and we have to change this language, I'd rather know that sooner than December 3rd.
The council's pattern so far has been to show, show so much confidence in us that they haven't asked a lot of questions, they haven't indicated many concerns. And I don't expect that to change. So I think if we have a meeting earlier, you may be underwhelmed by the degree of engagement that you see from them. And not, for bad reasons. I think it's because they feel comfortable with the way things have been going.
It could be because they're comfortable with the way things are going, or it could be because it's just not an issue for them. I saw the last meeting. If you guys should watch it, it's some popcorn. It's a barn burner of a meeting. I'll tell you, it was exciting. So talking about setbacks and all the stuff we talk about is not too sexy compared to what they were discussing in that meeting. Nevertheless, I do feel like if they ran a meeting like you ran a meeting where they could actually talk things through and converse about issues and kind of flesh them out and do the questions back and forth, I think we could learn from each other. But I don't feel strongly. I think it'd be helpful. But if you think otherwise, I trust your thoughts, Charlie.
Well, I'm thinking if there are any surprises, they would come in during the public comment period, public review period. And that's why I'm thinking I'd rather wait till after that so that nothing would come in after that then we couldn't respond to, because I'd rather have all that, have all that stuff in so we can respond to anything that it comes.
Okay.
It's going to be, and this is the first I've seen this too, so I didn't come in here with an idea in mind, but the difference, the earlier date would have been November 19th. And
Yep.
So it's basically 2 weeks later. And it doesn't change the ultimate adoption schedule. Am I describing that correctly?
The last date is the same for all.
Put on your speaker.
Scenario 1 and scenario 3 basically will go back to council earlier, right, in November. But scenario 3 will have a longer review period for the council
After the public hearing.
after,
Yeah, if we do the hearing. But if we go to council on 12/3, I don't think we can do a 12/12 public hearing. If we need to incorporate comments before we go to hearing, there's no way we can have the materials ready on time.
That's why I like scenario 3.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. We need more preparation for that public hearing. And actually, you need more preparation because it's going to fall on you. I don't mean it's, you're the one who has a realistic idea of what it's going to take time-wise and what the workload is, so. So what is your recommendation?
Scenario 4, yeah. It's hard because we don't have time built into this for commerce review comments, and if we're not compliant with GMA, I don't know how that's gonna affect things, but, I guess scenario one. I don't know about going to council before or after the public comment period is over. But we also need to give ourselves time to get ready for the hearing, so.
Well, I think I'll just guess that the commission would be willing to support your choice.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you. So then our October meeting, we should, I don't know that we're gonna talk about comp plan. Our next October meeting.
How would we not? How would we not?
Well, we're getting a draft ready to go out to public comment now after tonight's conversation. So we'll be working towards that and we'll start talking about middle housing. And we'll have a public hearing on house bills.
I said 4 times because I'm shocked that we're like, we started this process, 18, 20 years ago, something like that. And we said, before we know it, it's going to be December 2024. And we're like, no, we'll be able to get it done. And sure enough, it's already practically Halloween and we're screaming. So is there really nothing more we can pack into that October 26th meeting regarding the comprehensive plan that we have to discuss, walk through with Zoe or whomever else to kind of, we've had all these things that we said we wanted to wordsmith and all Scott's ideas that, we really didn't dig too far into. I don't know. I mean, if there's nothing comp plan related to discuss in our next meeting, so be it. If everything's with commerce and whomever else is looking at it, so be it. But if we're going to get together and there's all these things that are left to do on comp plan, I'm surprised. Is there really nothing left, Aaron, related to comp plan that we can't put a bow around? If that's the case, that's the case, but okay.
Zoe, is there anything that you can think of?
Nothing off the top of my head.
At what point, so I would, once there is a full, up-to-date version of the comp plan and the crosswalk, I'd like to read through it. And I know that one of the things I would do is I would just mark up missing words and misspellings and just be a copy editor. But at what point would that opportunity come? Or what point would that be most valuable to you to have that kind of a review from me and whoever else is willing to do it?
I think, so, in talking with SCJ last week, we need to get this draft out and get it to Commerce so they can see it.
Mm-hmm.
We can get their comments. So I think we can do those refining edits at the same time as we're doing the public comment period. But at least we're getting it out there with the majority of our comments incorporated.
So sometime after the 29th, I mean, would we have it then, as it goes out for public comment, is that when we would have it to edit?
Yeah.
Okay. And that, what comes out on the 29th would also be the updated crosswalk?
Yes, Zoe looks like she's thinking.
I don't know if we had talked about whether the crosswalk would be in the final plan or not.
I think it was mentioned as having it as an
Are you talking about the
appendice.
framework? Like a layout of all the new goals, all the new policies and programs next to each other, or comparing the 2035 everything to 2044?
I think the latter was something we talked about
Okay.
having as an appendice. Or appendix.
Gotcha.
Appendix. Appendi. So. Okay.
So what was the answer to that question?
Yes, we will update, or staff will update the crosswalk with incorporating our changes and clean it up for inclusion.
Okay, so the 29th is when that would happen as well, not before, in other words.
No.
Okay. Okay, so I think I hear you saying scenario one is what you are thinking you'd like to pursue? Or,
Leaning towards at this time.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So leaning toward it, reserving final judgment until you have more time to think about it.
Correct. And if we hear anything back from any one of our reviewers in the meantime, like, where is this thing? That might throw us all off.
Okay. Okay. Section 5.2 says, A, says planning the remaining meetings for the year through adoption in early '25. That's just this, right? Okay, nothing more than that? So, anything more to say on that particular business item?
No, thank you.
Okay, then we will move from general business and open the additional public comment period.
Hello, my name is Stephen. I live in Walker's Run condominium complex. I was raising my hand just kind of as a joke a little bit, but it was I wanted to add to the fact that I think there are plenty of places on Coal Creek for speed enforcement. This probably could go for you, more of a suggestion for you, Lynn, to bring to the Public Safety Ad Hoc Committee. But one, there's a really good abandoned bus stop at the like a cutout, so it actually adds a third lane at Coal Creek and Newcastle Golf Club Road. And it never gets used because the bus got redirected down Newcastle Way. So that would be a good place, and you just easily go from 0 to 60 without any interruptions. Secondly, I guess it's more of a question because I don't fully understand how grants work, but I saw the policy was maximizing outside funding for public projects in general. My concern with that is, can grants and outside funding be applied for maintaining projects, like after they've been built, for just general upkeep outside of completely upgrading or completely redoing what was already established? Because if we are getting money to build something that we can't afford to upkeep, then doesn't sound very financially responsible. So I just wanted to put that out there. And if I'm completely wrong and misinformed, great. But just any further information would be good. So, thank you.
Hi, friends. I'm Len Troutman. I've lived in beautiful downtown Newcastle for almost 40 years now. And I'm about to present you the epitome of disorganization, but it's not all my fault. I'm working with the September 3rd version of the draft comprehensive plan. And the reason for that is in the preliminary agenda, where it says documents can be found here, and there's a link. That link goes off into cyberspace. And I've forgot to mention it to Clerk Westman. So if you'll bear with me as I bounce around here, I listened to you guys for 4 hours. I mean, give me a shot. So anyhow, first, I as I always do, I think you guys are doing great. The public has no idea what you guys wrestle with all the time, and I'm always impressed with that, and I very much appreciate it. And the people that I mention it to, they said, "Oh, really? Yeah, you should come sometime." So at any rate, I've got a few observations. I agreed with the sentiment from Vice Chair Quigg, and Commissioner Marsh also mentioned elements of the interconnective streets, punching streets through. And the majority of people that I know that live on those type of streets, whether they're cul-de-sacs or dead ends, they chose to live there specifically for that reason, because it's isolated and it's quiet. And Vice Chair Quigg said that, he would encourage public involvement, and that's right in my wheelhouse. I'm all about public involvement. So to whatever extent is possible, I'd like to encourage that public involvement with the understanding that you're going to get the not in my backyard from, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are happy about a street being punched through. So the goals that you have are kind of general and overarching, and saying we should do this, we should do that, we should do something. But in incorporation with public involvement, I think it kind of would have to be on a case-by-case basis as it's as a possibility. Also, with that in mind, I don't know too many people that are going to read through all of this the way you guys do. But I'm just a lay person, and I read through it. There were some kind of contradictions, and I don't know whether they make a fundamental difference or not. But if you referring to the traffic policies, P7, 8, and 9 all have to do with encouraging interconnectivity. We've got to get these streets connected almost at all possible costs. But then in P10, it says the use of local streets by non-local traffic should be discouraged. And as Commissioner Blocker mentioned, a lot of the times when we get people racing through the neighborhood, it's not local traffic. It's local. Some of it's local to Newcastle, some of it isn't. But even the Newcastle traffic is coming through there. It's like Olympus coming down through Hazelwood and Newport Woods. So you've got 3 policies there that are saying interconnect, 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 and then the P10 policy says, wait a minute, discourage, non-local traffic. So as a layman, when I read those things, they're not mutually exclusive, but they don't exactly gel up. And whether you need to address that language, that's why you guys get the big bucks. So you'll figure that out. You're lucky I crossed out 3/4 of what I was going to talk about. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Blocker. We missed Commissioner Kennard, but I think we've got a real competent replacement. Commissioner Blocker mentioned the possibility of having more traffic enforcement in the local neighborhoods. And we have an ad hoc public safety committee. I'm on it. Yeah. And as our main function, we're supposed to be information gathering body and be a liaison between the Newcastle Police Department and the city and the citizens, because a lot of times citizens will talk to me, but I can't get them I can't pay them to come to a meeting to say anything. So most of what I say is not always just me. It's backed up by the citizens. So the Public Safety Committee had identified the fact that, we don't see the cops around all the time, and not to be stereotypical, but
we see them parked down there at the Frosty Barrel a lot, but coming through the neighborhoods, not so much. So we made a suggestion to Chief Kajihiro and said, you know, it'd really be important to have the cops just drive through the neighborhoods. I mean, they don't have to, just their presence is reassuring. And so during the summer months, after we suggested that, sure enough, we had presence coming through. This was before Officer Treadway transferred out, but I got a ton of comments. Boy, it's nice to see the police in the neighborhood. And that went on for a while, but it kind of trickled off. And now whether that's as a result of personnel availability or what, I'm not sure. But at our last meeting, the ad hoc public safety committee meeting, we had determined that we were going to re-request or ask the chief again if he had the resources and to start going through the neighborhoods again. It makes a difference with it, maybe not so much in the summer months, or in the winter months, but in the summer months when the kids are out, I think it's important to see law enforcement there, and they love, all of our staff loves to interact with the children. They're at the schools all the time, but I think that having Mr. Policeman in the neighborhood is beneficial for our kids as well. Commissioner Cack seemed to be favorably impressed with the C-Click Fix application. I am too, and I'll give a little shout out to Director Bronze, because every time I've submitted an issue on that, he and his staff, I mean, they get back with me the same afternoon. I mean, if I get in there before 2 o'clock with a comment, I hear from them by the end of the day. And then they, you know, if it's something reasonable, by their definition, they fix it real quick. So, like I said, I just want to let Director Bronze know that he's appreciated in terms of that. I think we'll skip the rest of this. We'll go home. Appreciate your time, folks. Thank you.
Thanks, Len.
Okay, that brings us to the planning calendar, and I think you've seen the planning calendar except for October 23rd is our next regular meeting. Our next regular meeting would have a regular time. Our regular time is 6 o'clock, which is an hour earlier than the council's regular time, which is 7 o'clock, although they often have early meetings, study meetings, but 6 o'clock is the time on the 23rd, Wednesday. Okay? We will adjourn, but first I want to thank you all for keeping your attention focused for 4 hours and thinking about this for 4 hours, and Stephen and Len for being with us, and for Director Braun and for Zoe. It's great to have both of you here, especially, well, I say especially Director Braun, because there were all kinds of questions that came your way. Zoe, we appreciate you being here the whole time too. I don't think Director Braun gets any more money for it though. With that, we will declare this meeting adjourned.
Thank you, sir. Hit that gavel, hit that gavel, come on.
Thank you all. Have a good night.